Heaven Will Emperor. Shi Shangaian's mansion, she also stood before an array and reported the events that occurred in today's events. This is all that happened, Patriarch. Then, for a few seconds, there was no response from the other end. Patriarch, you don't have to worry. I will do my best to get the scripture for the ruler. I won't disappoint the effort of the clan. Shi Shangyan knew the importance of this mission simply by the selection process. One of the rulers held a large-scale competition with all the factions underneath her. And Shi Shangyan was the final winner, an act that brought great honor to the celestial clan as they had the opportunity to display their loyalties to the ruler. You don't need to care about the mission, said the celestial patriarch after half a minute of silence. What do you mean? Our clan has decided to revolt against the ruler. We will hide inside the source chi space and use some of our foundations to prevent her from finding us. What? Patriarch, what do you mean by this? Everyone knows a new era is coming, and it's time for people to pick a side. And the celestial clan has chosen the opposite of the rulers. Shi Shangyan did not know what to do as this news was too great for her. She thought she came here to make her clan proud and increase their status in the upper dimension. But now, things seem to be getting out of control. What about me? She hurriedly asked, thinking about something horrible. You don't need to worry, the clan did not abandon you. Shi Shangyan sighed in relief. So, why am I in the lower dimension? A tremendous amount of destiny and luck is about to gather in the lower dimension with the upcoming new era of the Myriad Emperor world. Many believe the person who started this era will lead the changing age of the upper dimension or, at the very least, play an essential role. Your mission is to use that destiny to your advantage. You can try to steal the destiny from that destined person, become that destined individual, become their underling, cooperate with them, or whatever you desire. Use your judgment to determine the best course of action. What matter is for the celestial clan to have their hands on the new era. The luck gathered from his event would ensure our prosperity. Shi Shangyan caressed her temples as she tried to process all the information she had received. She suddenly remembered the gray-hair player from the Myriad Emperor world. Somehow, she felt he would play a vital role in this upcoming chaos. I know this is a lot to process so suddenly, but we could not tell you anything before you arrived in the lower dimension. I won't blame you, Patriarch. I know you're doing this for the clan's revival. I'm glad you understand. I don't have much time, as such, I will be quick. You must prove the Tao in the lower dimension, which means you must restart cultivating. Your space ring includes many resources to help you, including a time choice treasure to ensure you have enough time to catch up. You can choose whether to prove the Tao in the Myriad Emperor world. The 7 rulers have sent people to infiltrate there to prove the Tao in this generation and delay the arrival of the new generation. Delay. They cannot stop the arrival of the new era. But they can infinitely delay it to prolong their reign or better prepare for a high position in the new upcoming era. I see. I know this is a lot, so I won't say much more. One last thing, do not become a Heaven Will Emperor. Although it should be impossible to do so in the lower dimension, anything is possible in the upcoming changes. Shi Shangyan nodded her head. Even if the patriarch did not say anything, she would not do so. Since she was young, the clan elders have always warned her about becoming a Heaven Will Emperor because it is an unorthodox method that is nothing but shortcuts. Heaven Will Emperors created something called Tao trees, allowing them to absorb more than one Heaven Will. The Tao tree allowed them to rapidly reach higher realms of cultivation and serve as a way to control the Grand Tao source. However, the downside is that a Heaven Will Emperor will fall in cultivation realms once someone destroys the Tao tree. Meanwhile, Tao Emperors have to comprehend the Grand Tao source slowly. Shi Shangyan would never become a Heaven Will Emperor for many reasons. For example, Heaven Will Emperors cannot become everlasting Empyreans or boundless paragons. Heaven Will Empyreans do not have the natural ability of Tao Empyreans to create life. Heaven-will paragons do not need paragon souls to reach that realm, making them drastically weaker. The only advantage of heaven-will emperors is the rapid cultivation and the ability to sacrifice their heaven wills for a drastic increase in battle prowess. And even then, they only use this technique to be on par with Tao emperors. "Alright, I've got to go," said the celestial patriarch. "It will take a little time for the information of our betrayal to be sent to the lower dimension because of the recent changes." Recent changes? There is no time for that. Just know that access to the lower dimension has become even harder. Always watch your back no matter which heaven-will world you decide to prove the Tao. The rulers definitely send some spies to cause chaos in the lower dimension. After saying that, the patriarch ended the conversation. Shi Shangyan suddenly felt very lonely. It was the first time she did not have her clan as backing. Nevertheless, she quickly reined in her emotions to decide her next step. The best course of action would be to run away if the other upper-seated players decided to eliminate her, the traitor. However, the patriarch told her the information wouldn't reach the trial for some time. Time she could use to get her hands on the deceiving heaven longevity art and give her some advantage in the upcoming chaos. "Let's wait and see," she muttered before resting. "Shao Tiandis mansion, you have to do your best," said a beautiful female voice. "Yes, master," replied Shao Tiandi with his usual listlessness. "This is not the time to have your usual uncaring attitude. The rulers might give you a chance if you can bring back the scripture and the necessary information." "Would they, really? Or would they dispose of me after I'm no longer useful?" "Don't be so pessimistic. If they wanted to deal with you, they would have done so long ago." Shao Tiandi sneered but did not rebuke. "This might be the only chance you have. You and I both know this is not true. Maybe previously, but things are changing. The rulers are in desperate need of allies. Yes, allies that are not a threat to them." "Enough," roared the female voice. "Your mindset is the reason you're in the current state. An opportunity is given to you, but you don't even want to try. Do the mission, bring back the scripture. Otherwise, I will disown and kick you out of the sect. This is your last chance." The female voice then ended the communication. Shao Tiandi shrugged his shoulder. This was not the first time his master threatened to disown him. And this was not the first time he had disappointed her. Ultimately, she loved and doted on him too much to do it. So, he yawned before going to bed. He told his servant not to wake up until the day the competition began as he prepared to sleep for a few days straight. Outside of Shi Rulan's mansion, Su Shi walked out with slight puzzlement. She did not expect the latter's repayment to be her memories and information of all the heaven-chosens of the myriad emperor world and favors she had to repay later. Su Shi was prepared for the conditions to be even worse. Well, a favor is usually the hardest thing to repay, she thought. Although it appeared Shi Rulan did not ask for much, that was only on the surface. It does not matter. I've got the information I wanted. As long as I become an eternal emperor, I should be able to revive Fener. All I have to do now is find a way to preserve his imprint. Su Shi then became momentarily lost as she remembered her husband. Memories of their happy times flashed across her mind. "Fener, I will see you again." Su Shi returned to her mansion, and as soon as she entered, someone appeared next to him, Daoist ever-changing. "Why did you go see her?" Su Shi frowned before explaining the situation, making Daoist ever-changing sigh out loud. "Have you not noticed you are becoming too obsessed with reviving Lin Fan? He's my husband, the love of my life." "Yes, but you should not let any obsession take over your mind." "What's wrong with obsession? It's a weakness that your enemy can exploit." Su Shi quieted down as she knew this was true. "I won't let it become my weakness." Daoist ever-changing sighed again before disappearing. His blatant display of disappointment made Su Shi unhappy for the entire night. "Ao Tianyi's mansion, Hua Feng Huang from the Myriad Emperor world, right?" he asked over a tea table. That's me. So, what brings you to see me? The Ancestors, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Heaven will Daoist for the gift. I came to make a deal with you, Wu Fenghuang said. Oh, I'm listening. I want your source blood. Immediately, a terrifying killing intent emanated from Ao Tiany's body. All dragons' race are highly particular about their source blood because of how precious any dragon bloodline is. However, he quickly calmed down. Instinctive reaction, Ao Tiany explained casually. You do know how precious true dragon bloodline is. So, what do you want to exchange? You can name your price. You can be my woman, said Ao Tiany with a lascivious smile. If you don't want to exchange, I can live. What's with the reaction? It would be your honor to become my woman. Honor, replied Wu Fenghuang with a sneer. I've read about how arrogant you innate life forms are, but I did not think it was even worse than the scriptures described. Innate life forms. You dare compare my noble bloodline with these lowly things? Is there a difference? In the end, the world is ruled by acquired lives. No matter how prideful you are or how much benefit your bloodline gives you, it does not change the fact that acquired lives rule this world. I can guarantee many of my ancestors have hunted your kind in the upper dimension. Ao Tiany's eyes turned red as he knew she was correct. This truth has been the bane of all races bred by heaven and earth. It did not matter they were the first creatures in existence, and it did not matter they were born noble and more powerful, they were no longer the ruler of the world. Ao Tiany wanted nothing but to pounce on the person before him. But he remembered where he was and his father's mission. So, he took a deep breath to calm down. Meanwhile, Wu Fenghuang secretly sighed in relief. She needed to be assertive in order for the negotiation to be relatively fair. She remembered the argument Wang Wei used in the evening and theorized their ancient clan still had some backing in the upper dimension in the form of the heaven-opening emperor, the Wang clan's ancestor. And by Ao Tiany's restraint, her theory was correct. She had made the correct tactic for this negotiation. I hope you take this transaction seriously. Tell me if you don't want to trade so I don't waste my time. Fine, responded Ao Tiany, calming down to ponder whether he would make the deal. A few minutes later, he said, I agree, but here are my terms. First, I want all the information you have on the trial's participants and the heaven-chosens of the myriad emperor world. I want the tiniest detail, even something as little as their favorite food. Wu Fenghuang frowned slightly, but she eventually nodded. The second thing I want is a promise. What promise? I won't agree to anything if you don't specify, she added. Ao Tiany did not immediately answer but took out a mirror, instantly alerting Wu Fenghuang and making her on guard. No need to be worried. I just don't want anyone or anything to listen to our conversation. Then, he activated the mirror to block the room and prevent outside forces from spying. Wu Fenghuang remained on guard during the entire process, ready to call upon her Tao protector at any moment. If you can prove the Tao, I want you to be an inactive emperor, Ao Tiany said casually. What do you mean? In simple terms, I want you to not accomplish anything as an emperor. You can preach the Tao to repay karma, but there is no need to do anything more for the world. You can stay in the lower dimension for as long as possible before ascending. And during this time, all you have to do is ensure nothing happens in the myriad emperor world. I can't do that, she replied immediately. Why? I think it's a fair deal. I'm carrying the hope of my clan to revive them to the glorious time. Your conditions go against my goal for cultivation. Then there is no deal. Fine by me, replied Wu Fenghuang. Do you think you can easily leave after coming to my home? Ao Tiany stood up, fully ready for a confrontation. And if you think I came here without being prepared, you're a bigger fool than you appeared during today's introduction. Ao Tiany clenched his hand as he stared at her. But, after seeing her confidence and thinking about his father's words, he decided to be cautious about the success of this mission. So, he let her leave. After exiting the mansion, Wu Fenghuang looked back. It seems these geniuses want to interfere in the myriad emperor world's development. After looking for a few seconds, she flew home. She knew things were not over. She wanted that primordial dragon's blood and was willing to offend him to get it. She did not care about the consequences since this might be the only chance she had at proving the Tao. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. Wang Wei was reading about Gu Xian's life. He lived during the Middle Emperor era. The records described him as a cunning and insidious person who feared death and wanted to become immortal. After failing his heaven will battle, he created the deceiving heaven longevity art. According to records, Gu Xian lived over 100 million years before exchanging the scripture with an emperor for a Tao seed. After that, he disappeared, most likely ascending to the upper dimension. While Wang Wei analyzed the information he had, he suddenly received a communication talisman from Wang Wuqing. Then, he used his sect master token to teleport to a secret realm where Wang Wuqing waited for him. As soon as he appeared, Wang Wuqing gave him another token. This will take you to a special place in the sect. Go immediately. What's going on? You were supposed to take a trial once you reached Quasi-Emperor realm before you could go that place, but now, the situation has changed. Wang Wei frowned. Remember, be respectful. Wang Wuqing then disappeared. Wang Wei looked at the token in his hand for a moment before activating it. He then found himself in a large place with a pool. In front of the pool were 9 phantoms, 3 in the middle and 6 behind them. The first phantom looked like him, young, handsome, with long dark hair and bright eyes. He had a gentle and reassuring smile. The one to his right was a beautiful woman with a mole on her chin, a serious face, and eyes sharper than a sword. Wang Wei recognized the one on the right as he saw him in the battle tower. He still remembered that sundering battle intent. Then, he glanced at the people at the back. There was a middle-aged man to the far left. Wang Wei could see his muscle despite being a translucent phantom. Next to the muscular man was another middle-aged man wearing a turtle shell. Wang Wei refused to comment on this person's fashion sense. The person after that was an older man with long white hair and a beard, dressed in red. Somehow, Wang Wei could smell the scent of medicine from him. The fourth person was a young man with golden hair. Righteousness and cruelness perfectly describe his face and demeanor. The fifth person on the back was an ordinary-looking young man. The only way to describe that person was ordinary. He had the kind of face that most people would not notice in a crowd, a very forgettable face. Finally, the sixth person at the back was a lively, beautiful young woman with rainbow-colored eyes. Wang Wei recognized these people since he had to worship them during ancestral worshipping ceremonies he had attended during his childhood. So, he immediately bowed and said, "Sect Master Wang Wei has seen the ancestors." "There is no need for formalities," said Qiyuan as he floated next to Wang Wei and helped him. He took a deep look at him. A 9-extremity foundation. A 4-root is that? Worthy of my descendant. It would have been better if it was a perfect 5-root foundation, commented Sword Empress. Give the kid some slack. Achieving such a result in the unorthodox path and in such a short time is proof of his talent, added the battle maniac. According to my calculation, there is a 99% chance he has found a way to push it to perfection, said Miscellaneous. What is with the missing 1%? Asked the Rainbow Emperor. He is a fateless. Even as a mortal, I have to consider possible deviation. That makes sense. I've heard many great things about you, said Qiyuan Emperor to change the subject. I'm glad you inherited my drive for innovation and progress. His eyes twinkled. I saw how well developed the mortals in our territories are. Your use of construct, your views on education and knowledge, and the notion of advanced mortal civilization are fascinating. I cannot wait for you to spread your ideas throughout the world. Thank you, Ancestor, for your praise. I have a few questions I wanted to ask. Brother Qishan, we cannot waste time, suddenly said Battle Maniac. That's right. Our presence could make the situation worse, added the Sword Empress. Let's do what we came for and leave. Alright, Qiyuan replied with some sadness. He then looked at Wang Wei seriously. We will all preach the Tao to you, teaching about the Tao and a detailed explanation of cultivation from Tier 1 to Tier 12. Wang Wei's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this. With this process, not only will his understanding of law and Tao reach another level, he won't have to worry about finding methods to break through to the Empyrean and Paragon realm in the future. Thank you for your guidance. Let's begin, said Qiyuan with a smile. 9 Paragons preaching. I will be the first, said Qiyuan Emperor. Then, he waved his hand to manifest 2 cushions, one for him and the other for Wang Wei. The others waited as Qiyuan sat and Wang Wei sat, with the latter closing his eyes. All lives are fundamentally divided into qi, essence, and spirit. The cultivation process can begin by developing any of these aspects. It is a journey of self-discovery and transcendence, breaking the limit of the body, mind, and spirit. Wang Wei did not hesitate to deploy his spirit particles and future Buddha self to improve his comprehension. At the same time, he had all his incarnations comprehend the sermon. Since the incarnations had different lives and experiences, they might understand something he could not. Furthermore, having 10 of them comprehending the same sermon was better than just him. As Wang Wei listened to his ancestors preaching about the Tao, he saw the essence of cultivation rapidly laid out in simple terms before him. Then, the Qiyuan Emperor explained the origin system to him from the body-tempering realm to the quasi-emperor realm. Wang Wei had to admit there was something unique about seeing the system's creator explain things to him. Even though he had entered the D realm and pushed the origin system beyond its limit, there were many things he did not know or think about regarding it. But now, with its creator explaining it to him, he finally understood. After explaining the origin system to the quasi-emperor realm, the Qiyuan Emperor then explained his origin, Tao, and his comprehension after proving the Tao. Once he finished, he explained in detail to Wang Wei how to enter the Empyrean and Paragon realm. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei opened his eyes, full of awe and respect. His slight pride after achieving his Tao ancestor's strength was gone as he understood how far he was compared to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. He decided to be more humbled as his journey had just begun, and he had a long way to go. Then, he checked on the law tree inside his sea of consciousness. He could see it was slowly turning silver. With a smile, he said, "Thank you, Ancestor." Qiyuan smiled back before condensing a talisman. "This is my gift to you." These were all my thoughts when I created the origin system, including some previous drafts that I eliminated. Maybe it can be beneficial to you. Wang Wei gladly accepted. Qiyuan stood up from his seat to allow the Sword Empress to take the seat. "Kid, are you interested in becoming a swordsman? It would be a shame to waste your talent." "I'm sorry, but I think the swordsman's path is too extreme." Wang Wei was a little embarrassed to be so direct, but that's how he felt. However, he could see the desolate emperor giving him thumbs up in the back. "I figure as much," she replied before condensing a talisman. "This is for your father. It contained my sword Tao. Maybe it can help him." Wang Wei respectfully accepted the gift. "Although I cannot teach you about my sword Tao, I can teach you about the concept of attacks, since swordsmen are the ultimate attackers." Sword Empress then preached her sword Tao, whose primary focus was on slashing heaven and earth. Her entire Tao involved how to properly destroy heavenly Tao, who is the embodiment of myriad Taos. However, her sermon also focused on the best way for a person's attack to reach its maximum potential and go beyond the limit. Wang Wei felt this sermon would benefit him throughout his cultivation journey. Wang Wei opened his eyes, this time full of the sharpness of a swordsman. His ever-changing Tao heart helped him a lot to better comprehend her sermon. Sword Empress nodded her head before giving her spot to Battle Maniac. Your dream combat technique is ingenious. So, I will use it to help you. Then, Wang Wei found himself in a vivid dream. And in that dream, he spent eons doing only one thing, fighting. He fought countless races and unique individuals. He learned numerous fighting styles, battle applications, spells, environment analysis, and many other things that could help him increase his odds of winning in battle. Once he opened his eyes, a terrifying battle intent emanated from his body. He felt like a new man as his battle IQ and experience drastically improved. What a little monster, commented Battle Maniac with a smile. Then, he also condensed a talisman. This is for Li Jun, he's a fine descendant. Wang Wei quickly accepted. Then, Ancient Desolate came before him. I'm glad I found a true successor for my scripture. Plus, you've pushed beyond its limit. He was very happy with the concept of black holes in the acupoints. This idea perfectly suited his scripture and elevated it to another level. I will preach to you about my Tao and the true power Tao. Wang Wei closed his eyes before controlling his excitement. He listened attentively, and his law tree rapidly turned silver in the process. He controlled himself to not break through in realms and ensure a solid foundation. Once the sermon finished, Wang Wei were visibly shocked as he learned there was another gate after the Gate of Power called the Gate of Flesh, and Ancient Desolate had opened both of them. However, his lips twitched after he realized the requirement to open and how difficult it would be to do so in the lower dimension. However, thinking about the reward, he became motivated. He knew he could succeed since this sermon contained so many tricks or methods to temper the flesh, all from the Ancient Desolate's experience. This is my gift to you, said the Ancient Desolate Emperor before handing Wang Wei a ring. This contains enough primordial star essence to condense the black holes for all your incarnations. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he carefully placed the ring away. It's my turn, said Turtle Shell. What I'm going to teach you is the pinnacle of defense. If you can learn 1/10 of my ability, a few things in the universe will be able to kill you. Wang Wei was speechless as he realized another quirk of this ancestor besides his fashion sense, bragging. Then, he closed his eyes to listen to the sermon and was truly speechless. Turtle Shell was truly the master of defense. His Tao involved pursuing defense to the extreme, similar to swordsmen. Moreover, the latter also knows how to use arrays, talismans, pills, and weapons for defense. This guy is the very definition of an unkillable cockroach because of his defense, thought Wang Wei after opening his eyes. You just thought of something insulting, didn't you? Of course not, ancestor. This disciple would never do such a thing, Wang Wei replied with a righteous face. I have too much respect to do such a thing. Maybe I'm a little too sensitive. Here is my gift to you. Wang Wei received a book that contained a technique to use his acupoints as a defensive array. This was the idea he had after seeing Tong Ruobing. He did not ask how Turtle Shell knew what he wanted to do. He now understood the power of these people was unfathomable. He was just happy he did not have to waste time creating the method himself. I will teach you about the 5 elements, professions Tao, divination, and yin-yang calculations, said Miscellaneous Emperor. He did not waste time before preaching, and Wang Wei listened attentively. Wang Wei felt his understanding of all the professions deepened. Then, he learned a lot about divination, which was his specialty. Yin-yang calculation was the same as divination but used another system similar to mathematics. Through a diagram made of symbols, a person can calculate all the secrets or knowledge between heaven and earth. Of course, the limitation is based on the user's skills and strengths. The Miscellaneous Emperor taught him how to use both divination and yin-yang calculation to get the information he wanted. Thank you, ancestor, said Wang Wei with a bow. No problem. This is my gift to you. Wang Wei received another talisman which contained a unique formation that could convert innate qi into immortal qi. It was unfortunate he could only use the formation inside his divine sea. Otherwise, it would greatly benefit his future plans. This is another gift for that girl Yen Liling, he added before giving him another talisman. The Hell Judgment took the seat afterward and preached without saying much. In the midst of comprehension, Wang Wei frowned slightly before continuing. He could sense that the Hell Judgment Tao was a unique one that combined good and evil, the soul, and even yin and yang, and other things. After preaching, Hell Judgment asked, "Did you notice?" "Yes," nodded Wang Wei. He realized a flaw on his cultivation path, his soul. Since he had such a powerful soul and never had to worry about cultivating it, he also barely used it in most of his battles. As such, his soul was not used to its full potential. The Hell Judgment pointed out this flaw to him and showed him a path on how to better use his soul. Wang Wei looked at his law tree that had turned silver. He could also sense the soul law added in addition to the 5 elements. Afterward, it was the Shadow Ruler. "My Tao is not really suited for you. But, hopefully, you can learn something from it." The latter preached about Shadow Tao. And when Wang Wei opened his eyes, he had some confusion on his face but did not immediately ask. "This is for you. You are an anomaly, so after proving the Tao, Wang Ju would only inherit 50% of your power. However, she could inherit between 50 to 70% with this method." Wang Wei took the talisman with respect. "It's finally my turn," said Rainbow with excitement. "I pursue the pinnacle of speed. I can tell you that although I cannot defeat any of my seniors, none of them can catch me if I want to run away." The other's lips twitched slightly as they felt slight shame. She was correct. Wang Wei listened to the sermon with fascination. She taught him to use different methods to increase speed. Whether it was through controlling light, thunder, gravity, bending spacetime, or even the concept of the speed of the mind, she used all of them to increase her speed. After opening his eyes, Wang Wei could not help but ask, "Are you also a paragon?" "Of course." "How?" Time-wise, it did not make sense. He could feel that both Rainbow and Shadow Ruler's Tao were on the same level as the others. But these two proved the Tao after the Devil era. He did not understand how they had enough time to become paragon. Rainbow did not answer but looked at Chiyuan. "Something happened that we needed more powerful individuals. So, we paid the price to call future emperors of the sect to summon them from the future," explained Chiyuan. "These two came and became paragons in the past." "Did I come?" asked Wang Wei. "No," replied Chiyuan with a smile. "We could not summon anyone past the 9th emperor." "That's a shame." "Not really. It's good you don't have to bear the karma of our failure," replied Chiyuan with a sigh. "A few more things before you leave. Do not kill all the participants before the Heavenly battle. I know you have the strength, but don't do it even secretly." "Oh, why?" Wang Wei never planned to do so since there would be too many complications. But there seems to be something else. The lower dimension has changed, preventing forces in the upper dimension from intervening, including paragons. The myriad emperor world will become the center of an upcoming change. So, before that, a son of an era will be chosen. "You mean me?" "Yes. Heavenly Tao will definitely choose you. However, if you kill the other participants, your actions will be seen as an act of weakening the world, thus forfeiting and decreasing your chance of being chosen. Now, I understand you might not care about the title of Son of an Era, but the destiny it provides will benefit you until you become an Empyrean. Don't waste such an opportunity because of how you feel about Heavenly Tao." "I see," nodded Wang Wei. Although he did not like Heavenly Tao, he knew the trial was nothing personal. Furthermore, he could control his emotions and do things he did not like for the sake of benefit. "Thank you for your guidance," said Wang Wei before giving these 9 a deep bow. Their help today will benefit him throughout his entire life. Then, Wang Wei left the secret realm. While alone, the Hell Judgment Emperor said, "Are you sure he's the one we are waiting for? This kid has too many secrets." "He's right," added Miscellaneous Emperor. "Forget all the taboo aura on him, I can sense the aura from the prehistoric world from him. And there is a 90% chance he is the reincarnation of the Myriad Devourer." Inextinguishable, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Punchtatic 5 for the gift, Tsuyuan frowned as he remembered some things long ago. The prehistoric world was a unique, normal chaos world floating in primordial chaos. The special aspect of it was no individual could enter, no matter who it was. People could leave the world but not enter. Furthermore, an intense aura of taboo emanated from the prehistoric world. Many people knew one of the 13 taboos was inside, but no one knew what it was and why it was a taboo. As for Myriad Devourer, it was also related to the prehistoric word. The entire primordial chaos was in turmoil during the Second Origin battle. Then, a significant world collision occurred. Many source and normal chaos worlds clashed with the prehistoric world. This event was an anomaly that many people believed was artificially created. However, no one cared whether that was the truth because of the benefit of this event. The clash released a large quantity of world essence, a rare resource for people who wanted to cultivate a paragon soul or tier 12 soul. Many paragons and other powerful entities fought for the world's essence. Because of this event, many people reached the peak of the Paragon realm because of the world essence, including Shadow Ruler and Rainbow. But not long afterward, a creature that was a massive accumulation of Paragon's soul quantity and quality appeared in primordial chaos. The creature had immense willpower and only used it as a form of battle. It did not have laws, Tao, bloodline, or any spells, just pure willpower and spiritual power. The creature would devour anything weaker than it, including some tier 10 and 11 fiend gods and even many normal chaos worlds. Regarding strength, the creature was only on par with some of the weakest paragons, and barely at that. However, its willpower granted unimaginable protection. Moreover, a mysterious and mighty power protected the Myriad Devourer whenever someone more powerful tried to harm him. Many people feared the Myriad Devourer was an experiment from the prehistoric world to create the 14th taboo. Luckily, the creature disappeared one day, never showing up again. "His past does not matter," said Chiyuan. "What matters is he might be the one to show us the path forward." "I agree," said Sword Empress. "You're only saying that because of his relationship with Wu Hong," commented Battle Maniac. "So?" Chiyuan Emperor looked at Miscellaneous. "Go hide all information about him. We don't want these parasites to notice his anomaly and become extreme in their attempt to get rid of him." Miscellaneous frowned before sighing. He looked at Wang Wei, that was flying toward his mansion. With a wave of his mind, he placed an invisible formation on him to hide his taboo auras, his connection to the prehistoric, and even elevated the formation Wu Hong placed on his soul from an Empyrean level to the peak of the Paragon realm. He also left a way for Wang Wei to detect and control the formation once he became a great emperor. Once he was done, Miscellaneous Phantom became even more transparent. "Are you alright?" asked Chiyuan. "I'll survive." Chiyuan then looked at Sword Empress. "How is your situation?" "I've stabilized my injury. But my strength has dropped to the Emperor realm, and it's the weakest 3rd class." "Why do you sound so salty?" commented Battle Maniac. "At least you're alive. Look at us." She ignored him. "I bet she's salty. Wu Hong survived with Empyrean strength," said Ancient Desolate with laughter, forcing Sword Empress to stare at him with killing intent. "Don't look at me. She must likely survive because she was both an inextinguishable paragon and a boundless one. If you had listened to me, tempered your body, and opened both gate of power and flesh, you might have been in a better situation." Ancient Desolate never understood why these swordsmen refused to temper their bodies. The sword they loved so much was a metal weapon, a solid and hard object. So, wouldn't it make sense for them to temper their bodies to be like a sword, the very thing they admired and pursued with so much passion? Don't act up, said Chiyuan, preventing his little sister from throwing a temper tantrum. Wang Chong is correct. If there is something we've learned in the previous failure, if we want to take that step, we have to ensure our soul, body, and Tao reaches the pinnacle. The others nodded in agreement with him. Does that mean we have to open both gates? Asked Turtle Shell. I don't think we have to go to this extreme. As long as we opened the gate of power and tempered our body to withstand Paragon strength, we should be all right, added Miscellaneous Emperor. That makes sense. How are things going? Chiyuan continued. I've gathered some resources for your revival, but things are going slow. What's the issue? Time Eater is hunting me down, she said with clenched teeth. He even cornered me once. The room quieted down before Ancient Desolate started laughing uncontrollably. That brat you almost killed after he confessed to you is hunting you down. How embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Time Eater was a paragon of their era, fascinated by the Sword Empress. However, she despised and almost killed him with her sword after he tried to pester her after a rejection. Unfortunately, he did not participate in the ultimate taboo and became one of the 7 parasites weakening the world today. Do you want to die? Said the Sword Empress, but Ancient Desolate did not care nor stop laughing. I'll kill him after I return to peak strength, she thought. Of course, she knew that would not be so easy, not because of a lack of trying. Ancient Desolate was an inextinguishable paragon, meaning he had all the life savings of a boundless paragon and even methods the latter did not have. You wait. I've already taken your advice and started tempering my body. When you revive, I'll take my revenge for all the time you made fun of my weak fleshly body. Ancient Desolate shrugged his shoulder. He always thought she had wasted her potential by now tempering her body. He thought she would have learned her lesson after losing to Wu Hong by one move because of her fleshly body. But no. Instead, she doubled down on cultivating her sword Dao. Luckily, the recent failures made her realize the truth, and his years of advising her to do made the Sword Empress realize the truth. As for getting beaten once they revived, he did not care since he could take it. Anything else to report? Asked Chiyuan, who was used to these two bickerings. Supreme Unity found me, but Mithraea stopped him. Mithraea? I thought she had joined with the 7 parasites, asked Battle Maniac. She's not like that, Sword Empress said. I don't know why she kept the power balance for so many years, but she must have her reason. I think she's also waiting for someone. Or power changed her, added Hell Judgment with a sneer. Look what happened to Supreme Unity. Don't say such a stupid thing. I'm afraid it's only because of her that all of us in Limbo have not been hunted down by Supreme Unity. No one commented regarding this. We already knew the method Supreme Unity got was flawed, so it's not surprising that he changed, added Shadow Ruler. But what about Mithraea? Before leaving, she told me there might be something wrong with her method, but she was willing to take the chance, said Sword Empress with a frown. Do you think we should have settled for a flawed method? Said Rainbow with a slightly lowered voice. After all, we got nothing in the end, and now, our peers have surpassed us. The room quieted down for a moment before Chiyuan said, We made a choice and should live with it. You don't have any regret? Asked Turtle Shell. No, because I see hope. You mean the kid? Do you really think he could show us the way forward? Chiyuan was quiet as he looked at Wang Wei in the distance. In the Chaos universe, we know 2 people have succeeded. And he can be the 3rd. And as long as he succeeds, we can learn from him and succeed as well. If he fails, we will start the 3rd battle of origin and try again. After that, the 9 disappeared as if they had never existed. It was rare for them to appear in the lower dimension without being detected by Supreme Unity. Unfortunately, they also could not stay for long. Battle Tower. Wang Wei had just finished fighting a 6-leaf Immortal Venerable. He lost, but he did not mind. After the sermon, his main body reached peak 4-leaf strength. With his battle experience, he can survive for dozens of years in a battle with 5-leaf, and a few days with 6-leaf. After checking his strength, he left the tower. 90,000 years passed inside that secret room, but only a few hours passed outside. Wang Wei guessed it had something to do with the pool behind his ancestors. Then, he sent the gifts to Li Jun and Yan Liling before continuing to look for information on Gu Xian. Regrettably, not long afterward, he received the notice someone had come to see him from the trial. Discussion. Wang Wei teleported to his mansion, where he saw a maid waiting for him. She immediately bowed to him before notifying him of the visitor's identity. Wang Wei then frowned before entering the guest room. He saw a shave-headed monk sitting in the cross-legged position with a pot of tea and vegetable meal before him. Wang Wei walked to the table and waved his hand to make it disappear along with the drink and food. "Young Master Wei, I'm sorry for the late-night inconvenience," said Monk Wuxia, not minding the latter's rudeness. "Monk, I don't care for your flowery words. State your purpose." "Benefactor, what is the hostility? Have I done anything to harm you? If so, tell me, and I will gladly apologize," said Monk Wuxia with the utmost sincerity. "If you were about to be dragged into something you did not want to, you would also feel as I did," replied Wang Wei. "Benefactor, you should not see it as dragging. Everyone is bound by their actions and decisions, so everyone must pay their karma." "You're right. But there is a difference between willingly paying it and being forced to do so. You have free will, benefactor. So, no one can force you to do anything." "Do you genuinely believe that?" asked Wang Wei, staring deep into the monk's eyes. "Does your word have weight, or are you just spewing nonsense to get what you want?" Monk Wuxia began to sweat secretly after hearing this question. He could see an invisible karmic balance dangling above his head. The balance prevented would determine his fate based on his reaction. If he lies, he will receive a backlash for lying and allowing his words to have no weight or significance. And if he told the truth, he would enter into a binding agreement where Wang Wei could decide not to intervene in the upcoming conflict and choose when to pay his karma. As such, Monk Wuxia felt like a few seconds was like an eternity. After swallowing a gulp of saliva, he recited some scriptures in his mind to calm down. "I mean every word I said." As soon as he said these words, he sensed the balance disappearing, and the weight of the world vanished from his shoulder. Monk Wuxia also learned a valuable lesson from this encounter, always minding his words before a karma master. Otherwise, they will be used against you. Is that so? In that case, I'm sorry for my rude behavior. It seems I misjudged your character, said Wang Wei, before returning the previously disappearing table, this time with even more food. This is one of the specialty dishes I've prepared specially for you. I'd like to think you've never eaten this before, but I could be wrong. So, enjoy. Monk Wuxia wanted to reject the offer. After all, as someone from the upper dimension, what great and unique food he had not tested, especially for a man of his status. However, after smelling the unique fragrance of the meal, he decided not to be rude as a guest. So, he took a bite, and the taste was heavenly. That's the only way he could describe it. Although the ingredients were not nearly as good as the ones he was used to, the combination, the spices, and the techniques used for the preparation were sublime. Furthermore, he had never tested this recipe before. Monk Wuxia then enjoyed himself. The only downgrade to the meal was the tea, as he considered it subpar. However, after taking out his tea, everything was perfect. Wang Wei had to admit his tea was nothing compared to the upper dimension. So, after exchanging the meal's recipe for some more tea, the two got along as they talked over the dinner. And when they finished a few hours later, they finally got to business. "Little Wuxia, what brings you to see me today?" The monk was now used to the latter's shamelessness. He did not even care when his seniority was reduced to a younger brother despite being older than the latter by a few 100,000 years. "I need your help keeping Feng Heng safe." "I guess it would be related to him," Wang Wei replied casually. "Does that mean Zhang Yuqing wants to eradicate him?" "Yes, and I cannot allow that to happen." "I cannot directly help you," said Wang Wei. "If you are worried about picking a side, I don't think you have much choice. I'm fully aware of this. But there is a difference between active and passive participants. So, you can help me but not directly," reiterated Monk Wuxia. "So, how do you plan to help?" "I can promise to help spread Buddhism in the lower dimension. And if something happens to Feng Heng, I will officially take his place after proving the Tao. You can give me an honorary Buddha title or something to help me better lead the faction." Monk Wuxia pondered for a moment. He did not mind giving the latter an honorary title to lead the lower dimension Buddhism sect. He also did not mind the latter being the leader and controlling Buddhism in the lower dimension. Ultimately, he still had to ascend. And no matter what he did, the genuine leader of Buddhism will always be his master, Maitreya Mother Buddha. He only had one problem: Feng Heng cannot die. Oh, why is that? He is the key to breaking the absolute beginning magic. Once he dies, everything will go wrong. That's not an issue. After I have proven the Tao, I will break the absolute beginning magic. It does not matter. Feng Heng cannot die. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as countless thoughts rushed through his mind. He remembered some of the history lessons from Earth. After Buddhism arrived on the mainland from India, Taoism reinvented itself and included many concepts of Buddhism into its philosophies. And Buddhism was also reorganized to be more suited to the time and the ancient culture. Now, something similar was occurring in this world. Feng Heng's Neo-Buddhism was deeply ingrained with Taoist ideologies. Furthermore, he connected their Qi luck, making his new sect extremely precious. Once it spreads throughout the lower and upper dimensions, it will bring a fatal blow to Taoism. And as the linchpin of this new faction, Feng Heng's value was incalculable. I would not be surprised if the upper dimension prepared an alternative method for him to prove the Tao and become emperor. This idea was not too far-fetched if he could devise alternate methods to make someone a great emperor. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "How powerful are you and Zhang Yanqing?" Monk Wuxia did not answer. "I know this is a sensitive topic, but I need to gauge your level of strength to determine if I'm getting over my head." After pondering for a moment, the monk decided to be honest. "I have 7-leaf immortal venerable strength, and Zhang Yuqing has peaked 7-leaf to 8-leaf. 7-leaf. The only way to achieve such strength is through the 9-extremity foundation. Did you two fail your foundation establishment process?" Monk Wuxia smiled wryly. There were some complications. Wang Wei could guess what the complications were. These two's masters intervened in their process of setting up the 9-extremity foundation, leading to their failures. "I have another question," asked Wang Wei with squinted eyes. "How do you know I have a 9-extremity foundation?" "What do you mean?" "The knowledge about 9-extremity is scarce in the lower dimension. Yet, you were not surprised when I mentioned the name." Monk Wuxia became quiet. Wang Wei did not think the latter thought he was simply knowledgeable. "Did your master tell you about me?" "That's correct." "Does that mean Zhang Yuqing also knows?" "My master has done her best to hide your information. However, there is a high chance he knows or guessed something. But, I am not sure." Wang Wei frowned. His ancestors told him about the upper dimension's 7 rulers and 2 supreme rulers. They also hinted that these two might have transcended the Paragon realm. The Sword Empress even hinted that he should not be too reliant on Wuhong since she cannot protect herself from these two, let alone protect him. It seems like I owe Mithraea Buddha more karma than I thought Wang Wei, relieved for the protection and annoyed at being entangled so soon with all these almighty entities. What about Xiao Tiandi? How powerful is he? Did he succeed in the Nine Extremity Foundation? From what I know, he did not even try it. Why? I do not know, replied the monk. He only knew it was a great sensation when the innate Tao source physique owner did not try to establish the best foundation for cultivation. So, you too are stronger than him? Well, not necessarily, replied the monk with slight embarrassment. Xiao Tiandi only has 6 leaf strength. However, he has mastered many secrets techniques that could elevate his power to 9 leaf and beyond. I'm sure you too have similar methods. It's not the same, replied the monk. He has mastered so many of them that it's unnatural. Furthermore, those secret techniques usually have a price to pay. But also mastered other secret techniques that negated the price. The monk smiled wryly, lost in thought. There is also a high chance he knows a secret technique that can nullify his opponent's secret technique. And if he does not, he can analyze and create one during battle. Anyway, we have never beaten him in battle. Agreement, gift bonus chapter. Thanks to Heaven Will Daoist _brother_91, and Gorav_Perihar_7759 for the gift. Why do I feel this innate Tao source physique is even better than my paragon soul? Thought Wang Wei as he felt like Xiao Tiandi was one of these protagonists that could cheat life. They use reckless techniques that should kill them, but miraculously, they have another miraculous technique to negate the negative effect. Doesn't matter. Let's see if I can get some secret techniques from him, he thought. What about Shu Rulan? How powerful she is. All I can say is her Emperor Bone has a disgusting ability, replied Monk Wuxia, with determination in his eyes not to say anything else. Wang Wei instantly could tell the monk was not happy with him leading the entire conversation. This was his way of wresting power. So, Wang Wei did not ask for any more information. He theorized that besides Xiao Tiandi and Shi Rulan, the other upper-seated players were not on par with Zhang Yuqing and the monk. They were only classified in that spot because of some political intrigue that Gu Xian was playing. And since they were only for their mission, they did not care about their rankings. Benefactor, are you going to help me or not? Do you really need my help? What do you mean? From what I know, Feng Heng, no, Shi Fuyu is an expert at hiding. Wang Wei once read Feng Heng's fate line and knew some information about him and his past as the monk, Shi Fuyu. And from the sleeper's information, he knew of a monk that lived during the incense era. The sleepers noticed him since he was the last survivor of Buddhism in the myriad emperor world. Of course, it did not help that the monk was sloppy in his early days when he tried to convert some talented individuals to Buddhism. Although the sleepers lost track of him after a certain period, it was still recorded that this monk was an expert at hiding. It even evaded the search of a few pseudo-eternal emperors from the Tai Profound Gate. Do you think he can escape from our master's eyes? Asked Monk Wuxia in response. And Wang Wei had to agree with the latter. These two's masters were one of the reasons he did not want to be so noticeable in their competition. What if their masters will descend it and use their bodies during their confrontation? He will be directly under these people's eyes, which makes him uncomfortable. One last question, what will happen to Feng Heng's status in the Tai Profound Gate? Monk Wuxia pondered for a moment before saying, in the best-case scenario, he will remain where he is from. If not, it will not affect the overall plan. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he could analyze much information from those two sentences. Feng Heng had very likely already converted many upper echelons of the Tai Profound Gate into his Neo-Buddhism sect, including some immortal-level powerhouses. Secondly, Zhang Yuqing's master has not had access to the myriad emperor world for quite some time now. Otherwise, he would have long alerted the Tai Profound Gate and not let the situation reach such a late stage. Wang Wei took out a talisman he had made that contained his full strength. After seeing and sensing the power inside, Monk Wuxi's eyes lit up. He knew he could defeat Zhang Yuqing with that power. I will help you, but I have one condition. What is it? I want to study your 9 nirvana heart. Impossible, don't overreact, monk. Plus, it's not like it's going to hurt you. I refuse. Fine. But you're on your own. Once Fengheng dies, I will take on his cause to pay my karma. You, said the monk before calming down. Then, he looked at Wang Wei with a sneer. You don't seem to have a grasp of the situation. Any heavenly chosen from the myriad emperor world is on a watch list to determine whether to immediately execute them after they ascend. The entire eternal ascension world has been blocked, preventing anything or anyone from entering and leaving. As for you, you are an anomaly. All the things you have achieved make you a glowing light in a dimly lit room. And your light has not been extinguished in advance because of my master. If one day she decides to no longer protect you, Empress will barely be able to save you from the other paragons in her current state. And if my master does not stop supreme unity, your only fate is destruction. You will leave your life only in despair. Is that supposed to scare me? Wang Wei calmly asked back. What you consider despair, for me, is at best an inconvenience and, worse, a problem I have to think a little longer to solve. As he said these words, his body instinctively released a terrifying pressure that made Monk Wuxi's heart shake. Maybe it's because you've lived under your master's protection for so long, idolizing her power. But you seem to forget that some cultivators, some people, would rather die than compromise their beliefs and ideologies. But let me remind you. I would rather die than become a pawn in whatever game your master is playing. Believe me when I say I have this level of conviction. Amitabha, muttered the monk as a golden light shone on his body, seeming to calm him down. Then, he recited his sutra for half a minute. It seems my state of mind is not as calm and peaceful as I thought. I've built hidden arrogance deep inside my heart due to my status and background. This is a learning experience for me to become better enlightened. Monk Wuxi closed his eyes as a peaceful aura emanated from his body. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes, full of wisdom. His previously agitated mood was gone, and he appeared more like a wise and enlightened monk. His state of mind was sublimated. Upon opening his eyes, the monk was now calmer. Benefactor, I'm sorry for the outburst. No, I'm the one who should apologize. You're a guest, and I should treat you as such. Mon Wuxi shook his head and did not continue on the issue. Benefactor, why do you want to study my physique? You have to understand a person's physique is special to them. If someone else knew it too well, they could cause great harm. I'm aware of this, and I know my request was disrespectful. As you can guess, I wanted to create a longevity technique based on your physique to acquire 9 lives after proving the Tao. And I promised to share this technique with you, granting you an additional 9 lives. Wang Wei had this idea the moment he learned about longevity resources. He wanted to use his 9 incarnations to each grant him an additional life after proving the Tao. And if he could study Monk Wuxi's physique, he would have a higher chance of success. That's not a bad idea, thought Monk Wuxi. Before today, he had never thought about that since he knew he would have 9 lives the moment he proved the Tao. And these 9 lives would accompany him to the Paragon realm. And if he had an additional 9, even if they were only available in the Emperor realm, it would help him tremendously. I agree with your condition, said the monk after thinking for a moment. But, I have a condition of my own. Please. I want the Tao opening sect to help in the protection plan. What do you mean? I fear Zhang Yuqing will gather immortal tier powerhouses to kill Fengheng. Regrettably, our Buddhist sect does not have as much of an influence in the lower dimension. So, it is more difficult to gather immortals on our side. That's fine. But we can only prevent these immortals from intervening in your battle with Zhang Yuqing. We won't go out of our way to deal with your enemy for you. That's fine by me. Wang Wei nodded before signing the necessary binding contract. Then, he led the monk to a particular room in his mansion with a formation. You should have some powerful time treasure, right? The monk's lips trembled before taking out an hourglass-looking magic artifact. Wang Wei then sent him inside with the formation, gathering information for 500 years, while an instant passed outside. In a few seconds, the monk disappeared next to him before reappearing, and the aura on his body seemed stronger than before. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a talisman in his hand with a bunch of information from scanning the monk's body and soul. Since our transaction is finished, there is nothing left to talk about. It was a pleasure to meet you, Monk Wuxia, said Wang Wei before bowing slightly. The monk looked at him with a deep gaze. He was not stupid, and he could guess some things. His state of mind was sublimated, and in the short 500 years of retreat inside that formation, he discovered he understood deeper about the essence of Buddhism and even had a few bold and new ideas. All of these changes resulted in his strength increase to the peak of 7 leaf, close to 8 leaf, the same as Zhang Yuqing. The pleasure was all mine, replied the monk with a bow before leaving the mansion. You've taken too great of a risk, said Wang Wuqing, who suddenly appeared. Calculated risks. If the ancestor did not tell me some information about the upper dimension situation, I would have used a less aggressive method. It's good you have thought things through properly. But, how about getting the sect involved in this battle? There is a high chance that Mithraea is why Supreme Unity has not hunted down our ancestors in limbo. So, we have already picked a side. Wang Wuqing sighed out loud. These things were beginning to be above his weight class. So, he left to gather other people to enter this mess. Alright, let's see if there were some actions in the middle of the night, muttered Wang Wei before activating the quantum arrays to spy on people. Heart of Hope. Monk Wuxia used a talisman to become invisible before heading straight into Feng Heng's mansion. With excitement, Feng Heng opened the house's formation to receive the guest. He immediately bowed. Shi Fuyu, elder of the Zen Heart Monastery, has seen Monk Wuxia. I know the Zen Heart Monastery. They have cultivated many great Buddhas, replied Monk Wuxia before returning the bow. In the eternal ascension world, the title of Buddha is not given to anyone, nor is it given to someone based on their strength and cultivation. At least, those two are not the main criteria. A monk must deeply understand scriptures, contribute significantly to Buddhism, and have many merits. Finally, they have to have their own doctrine and debate it before a group of Buddhas before the title is granted to them. Otherwise, a person can only have the honorary Buddha title and not the real thing. Does the Zen Heart Monastery still exist in the upper dimension? Hurriedly asked Feng Heng. Yes. And not just it, but all the factions destroyed by that devil absolute beginning. Good, good, good. I thought I was alone, I thought our inheritance was gone, muttered Shi Fuyu, with tears in the corner of his eyes. Monk Wuxia sighed before patting his shoulder. I know you've been through a lot. But things will be all right from now on. My master has given her word she will do everything possible to atone for her mistake back then. I would never dare blame the Mithraea mother. A mistake is a mistake, said Monk Wuxia sternly. As such, even my master cannot ignore this fact. Shi Fuyu exhaled softly, feeling some weight lifting from his shoulder. He felt the burden he had carried for millions of years was worth it after hearing these reassuring words. At least his pain and suffering were acknowledged. I'm sorry for my rudeness, said Shi Fuyu as he realized he was still at the entrance, which was very rude. Come in, I'll serve tea. No need, I'm in a hurry. In that case, Reverend Wuxia, what brings you to see me? Asked Shi Fuyu. My master sent a few things for you, replied Monk Wuxia before giving him a space ring. These are some of the lost inheritance from back then, along with a few more from the upper dimension. There are also better methods to purify incense and prevent the same problem from occurring again. Shi Fuyu's eyes lit up as these were the things he needed. He feared Buddhism to repeat its mistake, resulting in another annihilation. My master said you have little to no chance at winning this generation's heavenward battle. Shi Fuyu frowned. Is it because of Wang Wei? If nothing unexpected occurs, it will be between him and Di Tian. Tao Buddhism's Qi luck is connected to the myriad emperor world. So, it would be ideal to prove the Tao there. If I prove the Tao in other world communities, I might not be able to eradicate the absolute beginning magic completely. My master is aware of this, replied the monk, taking out a scroll and handing it over. You can participate in the final battle if you want. But, if all fails, this is your way out. Shi Fuyu looked at the scroll's title, Merit Proving Tao Method. He quickly skimmed through it, his eyes becoming brighter with each page he read. Thank you. No need for formality. All you need is inside the space ring, added Monk Wuxia. My master said Wang Wei will be a great ally, so try not to become enemies with him. Shi Fuyu raised his brow. I know you want Buddhism to rule the upcoming era. But that's not possible. We already had our turn, so we must wait a while again to maintain the universe's balance. But, haven't we paid enough? Yes, nodded Monk Wuxia. Our destruction was a mistake in the first place, an anomaly. So, Heavenly Tao owes us and will aid in our revival. But, it cannot allow us to rule another era so soon. Shi Fuyu sighed in frustration. He had suspicions once he saw the glorious age of the myriad emperor world. Acquiring the yin-yang eyes required too many things to go right. And given how easy it was for him to create a flaw in the absolute beginning magic, he had suspicions that something was helping him. Of course, Shi Fuyu did underestimate his efforts and contributions. Last thing, said Monk Wuxia. Zhang Yuqing will definitely try to kill you. So, during this time, stay in your mansion behind the formations. The monk sighed aloud. The best course of action was to hide inside the Western Pure Bliss land. However, I doubt Zhang Yuqing will give you a chance. Reverend, I can help you. You are not his opponent. So, there is no need to risk your life. That may be so, but I still have the heart of hope. Shi Fuyu could live for long because the Buddhist sect blessed them with the hopes of the entire sect. This was the heart of hope. This blessing granted him many abilities, including pseudo-immortality, increased comprehension, and expert hiding methods. However, he also sacrificed it for battle strength. Don't waste such a precious thing, hurriedly said Monk Wuxia. While proving the Tao, if you fail short of becoming an eternal emperor, you can use it to ask Heavenly Tao for help to give you a final push. Heavenly Tao owes the lower dimension of Buddhism a great karma since it was destroyed because of a miscalculation. As such, Shi Fuyu can use the heart of hope to ask Heavenly Tao for help to become an eternal emperor. I understand, replied Shi Fuyu. Monk Wuxia nodded. Once everything is over, your main job is to quietly spread Buddhism as far as possible in the endless void. Shi Fuyu escorted the monk out with a smile, and once he was alone, a sharp look appeared in his eyes. He looked at the scroll again before looking at a large number of purple spheres inside the space ring. If I can prove the Tao and use this merit method, I will be one of the most powerful Buddhas the lower dimension has ever seen. Only with such strength can I properly lead Buddhism. Although he admired the Maitreya, Feng Heng had his ambitions and goals. As such, he was unwilling to give up on the heavenward battle so easily. As for the lack of strength, sometimes, absolute strength does not determine the final victor. So, he went to rest, planning for the future. He decided to be cautious and stay in his mansion until the people from the upper dimension left. Wang Wei's mansion, through the quantum array, he saw monk Wuxia sneaking into Feng Hing's mansion. He also saw the recording of Su Shi and Hu Fenghuang's visit. It was easy to guess Su Shi's motive because she was obsessed with her husband's revival. Regarding Hu Fenghuang, her motive could be many. So, Wang Wei closed his eyes, connected to the karma thread he had on her, and divined some information. Bloodline. She wanted his bloodline. He thought. It seems the negotiation did not go as planned. Regrettably, this was all the information he could gather since Ao Tianyi seemed to have some weird power protecting him. Nevertheless, he was satisfied. Nonetheless, he was satisfied with the information he got. He felt it would be a few days before the situation with the oath was resolved. So, he decided to use this time to increase his strength. He went to his space-time incarnation to enter a quick retreat. Using the primordial star essence from his ancestor and the human mushroom, he finally opened all 269 million acupoints, and his true power Tao realm strength reached 33 primordial dragon force. Wang Wei clenched his hand as he sensed the surge of power flowing through his veins. According to his calculations, he had 6-leaf immortal venerable strength if he used all his might, including domain and soul. And with the previous flaw in his Tao heart removed, he was in peak shape, ready for any challenge. After exiting his retreat, he received information that the trial would resume in 2 days. So, he checked on his other incarnations. Nothing much changed in such a short time. However, the Fate incarnation finally created the method for establishing the spiritual foundation/Fate Palace. And the other incarnations have already begun to create their Fate Palaces. They also began exchanging the materials that tempered their bodies with Chaos ones. According to his calculations, Wang Wei believed after the final fusion with his fleshly body, he would have the strength of 5 root Tao ancestors with 99% Grand Tao source, the very pinnacle of Tao ancestors. Then, he will use science and technology to reach the 10th extremity. As for how to achieve that, he had some ideas. He would use the Emperor's blood and a unique spirit race. In the heavenly abode world, he found a stone bathed in Emperor's blood during his battle with Di Tian. Over the years, the stone gave birth to a spirit race born from Emperor's blood. Wang Wei has been nurturing the spirit race since he believed it could be helpful later. And after hearing his ancestors preach, he believed it could be used for him to reach the 10th extremity. 2 days later, Wang Wei flew to the trial's gathering place. Midway to his fly, he suddenly stopped before teleporting somewhere. Boom! He punched with all his strength, not holding back in the slightest. Bloodline battle. Wang Wei frowned as he looked at the crater he had created. He felt he had hit something, but at the same time, it was as if he had hit nothing but air. Moreover, he did not find a single drop of blood. This hooded figure is interesting, he thought as he tried to divine and calculate some information based on the interaction. However, the end result was disappointing. He then spread his divine sense in all directions, trying to find the hooded figure or any clues for that matter. Many people looked at him strangely. They saw him attack someone, but no one could remember who he attacked. And no one thought it was an anomaly that cultivators as powerful as them could not remember someone. A few seconds later, some people even believed Wang Wei was taking out his anger for unknown reasons. Gone, thought Wang Wei, shaking his head and flying to his position. Lord Spirit showed up not long after with the usual smile on her face. It was as if the previous thing had never occurred. We have taken your concerns into account and have solved the problem, Lord Spirit said directly before looking at the upper-seated players. Then, Xiao Tiandi stood up begrudgingly and said, Grand Tao above. Xiao Tiandi swore to compete fairly in the competition. And if something happened to me, my sect and anyone related to me would not seek revenge, directly or indirectly. If I fail to keep my word, I will die a horrible death. As soon as he said these words, a purple lotus appeared from the sky, turning into a scroll with words written on them. Then, it entered Xiao Tian's sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, Wang Wei frowned as he had already seen the flaw in this oath. If the faction of these geniuses decided to abandon them, they would be the ones paying the price. Their faction won't pay any consequences. However, he decided not to say anything since he knew of the change currently taking place in the lower dimension. As long as these factions could not readily interfere with him, everything else did not matter. Wang Wei then looked at Tong Ruobing, who was looking at him. He knew she also detected the loophole and wondered if I would do anything about it. So, he only smiled mysteriously, knowing she would probably overthink his action. After Xiao Tinai swore their oath, others did the same, including Monk Wuxia and Zhang Yuqing. And none of them were happy about the situation. A few even gave Wang Wei dirty looks, but he did not care. Now that everyone has been dealt with, we can proceed with the combat aspect of the trial. Who will be the first challenger? No one said anything for a moment before someone took the first step. Oh, Lady Hua. Excellent. Who do you want to challenge? Lord Spirit said. Ao Tianyi, she replied succinctly. Excellent choice. Young Master Aoi, if you don't mind. Instead of replying, Ao Tianyi frowned. Why can she challenge me? She's not even a seated player. Those are the rules of the trial. So, please accept the challenge. Ao Tianyi smacked his lips before flying in the air, and Hu Fenghuang followed him, staring at him from a distance of 12 meters. She wanted his bloodline and would do anything to acquire it, even using force. Of course, Hu Fenghuang had her confidence. Although she performed mediocre during the entire trial, she had a valid reason. All 5 of her sacred beast bloodlines were not perfectly fused yet. And each time she perfected a fusion, she would receive some form of nourishment and drastically increase her strength. Now, she perfected all 5 bloodlines, bringing her power to another level. However, she could feel that the dragon bloodline was not on par with the others, affecting the balance. So, she wanted to fix the issue as soon as possible. Let's test things first, Hu Fenghuang thought before rushing toward her opponent and punching him. Ao Tianyi sneered as he returned the attack. When would he ever fear clashing head-on with people as a primordial dragon, born with a mighty fleshly body? Boom! The air shook due to the sheer force of these 2 fists clashing. The clouds scattered, and if it were not for the powerful formation of the trial space, everything would have shaken, and even the space would have been destroyed. After the first few punches, the 2 seem equal in power. This fact seemed to wound Ao Tianyi's pride. So, he increased his strength and punched harder. Bang! Hu Fenghuang exploded into a pool of blood with one attack, making Ao Tianyi sneer even deeper. All primordial dragons with above-average talent can reach the strength of 1 primordial dragon force in the 3rd layer of the true power Dao realm, without much effort. With his talent, he never had to temper his body, and he reached 1 primordial dragon force simply by maturing after a few million years. Then, after his father encouraged him to cultivate the clan's body refining method, he now had 10 primordial dragon force. A brilliant flame appeared on the position where Hu Fenghuang died, and her perfectly intact body reappeared. This dragon's body is more powerful than I anticipated, she thought. She thought she would have the advantage with her 22,000 dragon elephant force power. Unfortunately, her opponent had the power of the 3rd realm. Nevertheless, she accomplished her objective by gazing at the opponent's fleshly body and defensive capabilities. She waved her hand to manifest a pure white saber, her bloodline artifact. The 5th stage of the primordial system is called the Bloodline Awakened Realm. And in this stage, the ancient cultivators can condense bloodline artifacts similar to proving Dao artifacts. Hu Fenghuang looked at her white tiger saber. An intense killing intent emanated from her body. The law of killing emanated from her body before slashing. An enormous red moon-shaped slash rushed toward Ao Tianyi at a speed faster than light. Immediately, the proud dragon felt a sense of danger, but his pride would not allow him to evade. So, lightning appeared all over his body to form armor. Slash! Ao Tianyi frowned as he rapidly analyzed what had occurred. The attack passed through his armor before leaving a wound a few centimeters deep. His scale skin did not protect him. His thunder armor should have worked. And even if it failed, his skin, which was a slightly weaker version of his scale, should have blocked the attack. Tao of killing. She killed my thunder, rendering it useless, before doing the same and killing my defense. You will pay for leaving a mark on my body, said Ao Tianyi before transforming into an enormous purple dragon that covered the sky for kilometers in diameter despite coiling itself. An ancient and noble aura emanated from his body before opening his mouth to gather a large sphere of purple thunder. Innate law, thought Hu Fenghuang with a severe look. She knew her opponent had gotten serious and could not afford to make any mistakes. Chaos Thunder Bomb. Ao Tianyi spewed out the purple sphere at an unimaginable speed. Hu Fenghuang acted swiftly by slashing her saber, killing the Chaos Thunder. Regrettably, she only reduced its size to a fourth of its original. Boom! The thunder ball exploded, generating a power akin to destruction, a power that could return things to chaos. Another bloodline artifact appeared before Hu Fenghuang in the shape of a turtle shell with a snake design on its back. The shell generated a black and white shield that protected. After the explosion, a hole could be seen in the shield, and half of Hu Fenghuang's body was now gone. Nevertheless, a bright red flame appeared on her body, regenerating the missing parts. Ao Tianyi's dragon face looked intently at his opponent. He remembered how annoying it was to battle true phoenixes with immortal flames. As long as they had access to energy, both of their own or between heaven and earth, they could regenerate infinitely. He opened his mouth to fire another Chaos Thunder Bomb, and Hu Fenghuang disappeared in a burst of flame. Through flame teleportation, she appeared on the dragon's back. However, the latter seemed to have anticipated this move as trees instantly sprouted from his back. The branches immediately went to capture Hu Fenghuang, who tried to evade. Unfortunately, a tree branch caught her foot. She immediately felt she could not teleport, and the tree absorbed her vitality. Furthermore, it also seemed to be rapidly sealing her regeneration abilities. Hu Fenghuang did not panic. Instead, she generated an intense flame. According to 5 elements generating theory, wood fuels fire. So, she wanted to use the trees to fuel her fire and destroy them. Unfortunately, she quickly learned that they were not ordinary wood as her immortal flame only burned small parts, having little to no effect. Meanwhile, Ao Tianyi was not surprised. His wood attribute was the yellow qi wood. The yellow qi tree was one of the first trees in existence, capable of holding and nourishing all things in existence. With his unique yellow qi wood innate law that had a special, he could do many things with the tree. Hu Fenghuang's mind worked rapidly, knowing she needed a powerful attack to escape the situation. So, she acted decisively. Three paths of law. Water-fire polarity. An enormous blue and red ball appeared before Hu Fenghuang before fusing, not into the color purple, but a half-blue and red sphere. Then, the dichromatic globe headed straight for the yellow qi tree. The orb contained the power of ice and fire infinitely altering between each other, creating the ultimate grinding machine, a machine capable of grinding any world to dust. As such, the tree branches only lasted for a moment before Hu Fenghuang regained her freedom. However, her attack also did not stop as it headed for Ao Tianyi's scale. The dragon's purple scale shone brilliantly as it resisted the cutting power of the sphere. Hu Fenghuang acted swiftly as she swung her saber, killing Ao Tianyi's defensive capability. Crack! Many cracks appeared on his dragon scale. However, Aotiani was not injured. He turned his body into thunder elements to evade the water-fire polarity. Aotiani appeared a few dozen of meters aside, staring at his opponent with his eagle-like eyes. What an annoyance, he thought. He had a few methods he could use, but it would be beneath him to use them so soon, and not even against a seated player. Nevertheless, he decided to no longer play around. Dark clouds suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, covering a few hundred kilometers. Then, purple thunder began to fall from the sky with speed hundreds of times that of light. An infinite number of lightning bolts fell from the clouds, trying to erase Wu Fenghuang from heaven and earth. She did her best to evade, but she could not do so for all the bolts. As a result, she had to rely on her phoenix's regeneration to barely survive. On the ground, Wang Wei and the other participants watched the battle unfold. This dragon's strength is not bad. The current attack had reached one leaf Immortal Venerable strength, and he could tell the latter was holding back. So, his genuine strength was probably around 2 to 3 leaf. She's also holding back and hiding, thought Wang Wei as he looked at Wu Fenghuang. Her bloodline might have evolved to the point of giving birth to innate laws. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as some idea popped into his mind. He sensed the innate law Ao Tianyi used and could sense an unknown and mysterious power. It was more of a will. Innate laws, primordial laws, and grand Tao source, the 3 paths of laws. Wang Wei remembered the information he knew from his ancestors. The grand Tao source is the origin of all laws or Taos in the chaos universe, and it is the highest form of power. As the name implies, the grand Tao source is the root or origin of all laws, concepts, or rules that make up the entire universe. By controlling it, great emperors have no restraint wherever they go, whether it is primordial chaos or any chaos worlds. And by the time they become paragons, the level of control over these concepts reaches unimaginable. A cultivator has to become the sole controller of whatever Tao he cultivates, granting powerful authority. For example, a peak paragon who controls 100% of fire Tao can strip the power of a paragon with only 99% control. And if the 99% paragon wants to reach the peak of the paragon realm, they have 2 options. Firstly, fight the peak paragon and remove their imprint in the fire Tao, replacing their opponent. Of course, it would be best if they were lucky and no one had this position. The second option is to make their Tao unique, for example, yin fire, flower fire, sun fire, etc. In this situation, the peak fire paragon could only reduce the 99% fire paragon strength and not completely remove their control. With a unique Tao, the 99% fire paragon would essentially create a new grand Tao source of yin fire or flower fire. At the beginning of the chaos universe, there were only 3,800 grand Tao sources, consistent with the 3,800 primary Taos. But, with the rise of cultivators, an infinite number of new sources appeared, blooming the universe into prosperity. Nevertheless, the paragons who controlled primary Taos had a vital position in the entire universe, so many people fought for their spot. As the controller of the root of all laws, emperors should be the most powerful and noble beings in existence, thought Wang Wei. However, the universe placed restrictions on them for balance. The power of order flashed in his eyes as he entered a state of enlightenment. Innate life forms follow the heavenly Tao path. Heavenly Tao boosted their innate laws. This is the reason many of them were on par with great emperors. However, as soon as an innate life form enters primordial chaos, they lose that boost. The same goes for fiend gods. They follow the primordial Tao path, and their primordial laws are boosted by primordial chaos itself. If they leave, their laws are also weakened. Great emperors follow the grand Tao path, comprehending the source and not being affected by the environment. Another way for the universe to maintain balance is to grant fiend gods and innate demon gods stronger fleshly bodies, allowing them to compete with the grand Tao path. As Wang Wei entered this deep state of enlightenment, he could see how the chaos universe developed when after its birth. He could see how these three paths were distinct, mutually exclusive. However, as time passed, life and the universe began to merge and evolve. Innate demon gods and fiend gods proved the Tao and walked the grand Tao path, while emperors began to temper their bodies to be on par with these blessed races. Under normal circumstances, these three paths should be a pyramid. After walking in the heavenly Tao path, a cultivator should evolve into the primordial Tao path before eventually comprehending the Tao source. However, the heaven will created a shortcut that allowed cultivators to skip all the other paths. Its existence is a form of disorder. Yin-yang, balance, disorder, and order. The heaven will's existence allowed for the rapid development of the universe's inhabitants without grave consequences. And the habitants' development benefits the universe, creating a positive change and development cycle. The Choice universe's strict order, rulers, and balance make one wonder if its creation was artificial or natural, thought Wang Wei as he ended his enlightenment. He felt his mind clear as he sublimated his spirit. Although his strength did not improve much, Wang Wei did not mind. Order and disorder laws had many benefits since they allowed him to understand the universe and its operation better. And every time he does so, it becomes easier for him to divine or calculate information, easier to see and comprehend laws. It becomes easier to achieve his goal of attaining absolute freedom. Wang Wei could also feel that understanding the chaos universe would benefit him greatly in the future. Wang Wei sensed something and looked opposite him when he saw Xiao Tiandi looking at him with one eye. Interesting. He covered his enlightenment to not alert anyone, but the opponent detected something, even though Chu Luo right next to him did not do so. The innate grand source physique, the ultimate physique of the grand Tao path. Wang Wei glanced at him before looking back at the fight. He could tell the outcome would soon be determined. Feng Huang looked haggard and pale. She had regenerated too many times and reached her limit. If it was not for her willpower, dying or coming close to death so many times would have affected most cultivators. Nevertheless, she persevered as her plans finally succeeded. The law of luck flashed on her body, and Ao Tianyi made a mistake out of nowhere. His control of thunder laws caused a small backlash to his body and injured him. Feng Huang acted swiftly as she used her slaughter law, directly linking to Ao Tianyi's heart. Swish! An enormous beating heart appeared before her. Without hesitation, she took a void-breaking talisman and disappeared from the trial. My heart, roared the dragon, his anger uncontrollable. He turned back to his human form with two horns, except he had a gaping hole in his chest. Without hesitation, he took a few pills from his space ring to swallow them. In an instant, the gaping hole disappeared, and his heart regenerated. However, the dragon was furious beyond describable words. His first instinct was to call his Tao protector to go after Feng Huang, but he remembered his oath. So, he decided to go after her himself. However, he remembered his father's words on the importance of this task. Ao Tianyi's face then twisted in strange ways for the next few seconds. He wanted to get his revenge, but he also knew what to prioritize. Ultimately, he controlled himself to focus on his task. He looked at the seated players with red eyes. Then, he glanced at Lord Spirit. Since she ran away, is this considered my victory? That's correct. Can I challenge people now? If you wish. Second seat, I challenge you. Wang Wei smiled. Little dragon, are you sure you want to make this mistake? Don't waste my time, and watch your tongue when speaking to me. He. As you wish. Anyway, I also want a dragon heart. Domain's power. Wang Wei flew to the sky, looking oddly at Ao Tianyi. What's with the look? I feel pity for what is about to happen to you. You could have lived your entire life without suffering as much as you will today. You. Enough nonsense, said the prideful dragon. He did not waste time and immediately transformed into his original shape. Meanwhile, Wang Wei instantly deployed his domain, assuming control of the surrounding. Then, he received a divine hint and used his mother's darkness power to isolate the sight of everyone watching this battle. He even installed many formations inside the domain to prevent other forms of spying. As such, the participants on the ground can only see a massive sphere of darkness covering thousands of kilometers in the sky. Many people with secret techniques tried their best to see if they could see through the darkness. Unfortunately, even Xiao Tiandi could not see anything inside. Of course, he also did not try much. After his first attempt failed, he gave up using other methods. As for Ao Tiani, he frowned after sensing he was in a domain. He immediately used the technique of law oscillation to make his innate laws vibrate and resonate with the surrounding, effectively rendering domains useless to him. Regrettably, Ao Tiani soon discovered his method was useless. His technique did not even weaken the effect of the domain. Interesting, muttered Wang Wei. He had never seen this technique before. He wondered if it was unique to the upper dimension or if some other cultivation system that did not have domains also had it. Most people will use domain to combat domain or use brute force to break them. Maybe the primordial system had such a method, but it was lost to history, rapidly thought Wang Wei. Meanwhile, Ao Tiani sensed it was his opportunity when the enemy was distracted to attack. So, he created numerous tree branches before coating them with his chaos thunder, creating a thunder aura around the branches. This attack was the perfect combination of his two innate laws. Unfortunately for him, with just one look, his attack stopped as if frozen in time. And to his horror, Ao Tiani realized he also was immobile. Wang Wei then waved his hand, and the tree disappeared. There are so many ways I could end this battle, Wang Wei said. For example, death. As soon as he said this word, a dark aura suddenly enveloped Ao Tiani, and he could feel his body begin to decay. His scale became as thin and fragile as a piece of wood, his majestic dragon body became as thin as a dry mummy, and his vitality diminished at an unfathomable speed. Ao Tiani pushed his innate law to its maximum to stop the process, but it was useless. Horror and fear overwhelmed his mind, thinking about how he will die in just a moment. And right before his demise, he heard his enemy say, "Life," and the process stopped before reverting to his formal appearance. Interesting, isn't it? Asked Wang Wei with a smile. But there is more, time. Then, the powers of time began to affect Ao Tiani. The dragon rapidly controlled his fear and acted swiftly. He revealed his third and finally innate law, fire. He fused chaos fire, yellow chi wood, and chaos thunder into a protective armor. He planned to use chaos thunder fire to burn or destroy time itself, while the yellow chi would protected him from any residual power. Unfortunately, his attempt was useless. Wang Wei's time law overwhelmed his innate laws, and Ao Tiani found his body rapidly aging backward. His kilometers-long body began to shrink until he was the size of his adolescent year, pre-adolescence, and early childhood. But to his horror, things did not stop there. Under that power, he eventually returned to the egg stage of his development while retaining his memories and consciousness. While inside that egg, all vulnerable and powerless, Ao Tiani could feel he would cease to exist with a thought from his opponent. He would turn into a state as if he was never born. Wang Wei snapped his finger, reverting the dragon to his original state. However, Ao Tiani could not move, simply out of fear. Wang Wei slowly flew before the dragon while talking. Domains are horrifying when the power gap between two people is overwhelming. Wang Wei stood in front of the dragon's eyebrow between his two deer horns. He slowly raised his hand to touch it, and Ao Tiani jerked his head back. At least, he tried to. However, when he saw the cold stare Wang Wei gave him, the overwhelming fear once again flooded his mind, rendering him immobile. this was not a technique or the power of the domain, it was pure fear. Wang Wei calmly placed his hand on the dragon's forehead and pulled out a phantom version of Ao Tianyi. It was his soul. Under Wang Wei's control, the soul quickly shrunk until it was the size of his palm. "Let's see what is in your memory," he muttered as he reviewed the dragon's life. From his time as an egg to the present, Ao Tianyi has lived over 100 million years, and Wang Wei skimmed through them rapidly. He learned many things about the upper dimension in greater detail. However, there were many powerful seals in Ao Tianyi's memories, some of which he did not dare approach. Wang Wei frowned as he was not satisfied with the cultivation techniques he got from the latter's memories. He wanted some secret techniques that were truly powerful or unique. "Let's try something else," he thought before a small black and white wheel appeared next to the dragon's soul. The wheel rotated as it shone on the soul, and with each rotation, Ao Tianyi underwent reincarnation or samsara. Through repeated reincarnations, Wang Wei wanted to wash away the seals in the latter's memories. "My experiments failed," he thought after forcing Ao Tianyi to undergo hundreds of reincarnations in just a few seconds. He wanted to know if he could use this method to wash away karma. And his method succeeded. Unfortunately, an unknown power acted and stopped his actions. So, Wang Wei guessed Heavenly Tao would not allow a mortal to wash away karma for people through this method since such power is only allowed by great emperors. Another experiment he tried was to see if this technique could help others go through the orthodox path of the Nine Extremity Foundation. However, this part did not work even a little bit. Nevertheless, Wang Wei was satisfied since he broke some powerful seals inside. So, he learned what he could. Most of them were useless to him except for one particular one. It was a memory of Ao Tianyi and his father, Ao Jing. The latter explained in detail a secret technique of the primordial dragon clan to boost the bloodline process of tempering the body. "This method should help me optimize the Fiend God 12 body revolution," thought Wang Wei as he listened attentively. Then, something odd happened. The older dragon suddenly looked directly at him. The memory of it suddenly became alive. "Young lad," said the dragon, directly toward Wang Wei. "Interesting. Is this some form of mimetic power?" Wang Wei remained calm before answering. "Are you Ao Tianyi's father?" "That's right," replied Ao Jing. "You don't seem scared." "If the lower dimension were not blocked, I would be." "You know a lot," replied Ao Jing. "I won't stay for long. All I have to say is don't kill my son. You can make him suffer, but don't kill him." "That's very unexpected." Wang Wei really did not expect these words to come out from Ao Tianyi's father. "My son's cultivation journey has been too smooth. It's about time he suffered some major setbacks." "No problem. But how far do you want me to go?" "You can break his Tao heart, but don't completely annihilate it." "No problem," said Wang Wei. "You're a good father." "I try my best," said Ao Jing. Raising a son alone was hard without his mother. But he tried his best. "All right, I'm leaving," said the older dragon before disappearing, and Wang Wei was kicked out from Ao Tianyi's sea of consciousness. "This should be a lesson to me. I should not so easily try to search the souls of these geniuses from the upper dimension," muttered Wang Wei before looking at Ao Tianyi's soul. "Now, what should I do with you? Let's begin by wiping your memories." Since he knew these upper-seated players wanted to observe the lower dimension geniuses and learn about their capabilities, he could not allow Ao Tianyi to remember everything that occurred during the battle. So, he erased the latter's memories, including the trace he used samsara on his soul. He even placed a method on the latter's soul in case someone tried to use the power of time to see Ao Tianyi's past memories. He used counter-divination methods and counter-yang calculations, then sealed and removed all traces that he had modified the latter's memories. Of course, he left the trace of searching through Ao Tianyi's soul since his father already knew. While all these methods might be useless against some of these powerful cultivators, muttered Wang Wei as he realized a problem. Then, he shrugged as there was nothing he could do about that. It was now too late, and there was nothing he could do to fix this problem. After all, no matter how clever he was powerless before the might and method of a paragon. In that case, let's just leave it to luck. Wang Wei knew he was a lucky individual, so it was not a problem to rely on it. Furthermore, even if it did not work, the only consequence was his existence would be known to the 7 parasites sooner than later. So, he placed Ao Tianyi's soul back into his body. I should probably give them some information as a misdirection, it could help with the situation. After coming up with this plan, he decided to have a brief fight with Ao Tianyi, revealing some of his strength or hidden trump cards. Plus, I also need to torment this man, break his mind and Dao heart so his great father can fix him. Order, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Gordon_4421 for the chapter after dealing with Ao Tianyi's memories, Wang Wei began to fight the latter as if it was their first battle. After opening his eyes, the only thing the dragon remembered was he was in a domain, and his technique was useless against its power. So, he prepared to use brute force to deal with the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei pondered what information to reveal. The information needed to be new and somewhat valuable, not garner more suspicions. I'll reveal my order law. His order and disorder law were not mainly used for battle, but he could if he wanted to. Order, no transformation, only human shape. As soon as Wang Wei said these words, a mighty power descended on Ao Tianyi, cancelling his dragon transformation. He tried very hard to resist, and for a brief moment, he did succeed. But it only lasted for a few seconds before Wang Wei overwhelmed him. Then, he returned to his human shape. Ao Tianyi was unhappy as he could only exert 70 to 80% of his strength in this form. Little dragon, do you want to give up? Give me your heart and scale, and everything will be all right. Ao Tianyi suddenly felt an uncontrollable fire in his heart. He opened his mouth to fire a Choa's Thunderfire bomb. With a calm look on his face, Wang Wei said, Order, immunity to chaos, fire and thunder. Boom! The attack hit on him, generating a powerful explosion. However, Wang Wei appeared to be completely intact. He looked at the tiny burn mark on his skin. Interesting. Because I have a chaos flame, I was immune to its attribute. However, I've only got 99% immunity to the thunder. He found some restraint to his order laws besides the ones he already knew. For example, all the orders he executed applied to him and his opponent in the domain, meaning he also could not use any form of transformation. The only way to negate this rule is to use disorder law, but that's also limited. Alright, let's try some other things. Order, no laws of any path can be used. Disorder, the exception is the person with the highest soul strength. Ao Tianyi's face changed as he sensed the power of order working on him. However, he relaxed when he discovered his innate laws were not affected. You truly overestimate yourself. How could a mortal affect innate laws that heaven and earth itself bless? I see, muttered Wang Wei, ignoring his words. Innate laws are unique, and if I want to affect them, a price of equal values is needed. Order, law banning. Disorder, highest soul power as exception. Price, divine punishment thunder. Instantly, Ao Tianyi felt he lost control of his innate laws, the power of order sealed them. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt he could not use the divine punishment thunder sealed inside his body. No, no, no. Impossible, roared Ao Tianyi as he tried everything possible to eliminate the restriction. Secret technique, bloodline burning. A terrifying power came deep inside his body, drastically increasing his aura. Ao Tianyi's strength reached the beginning of Immortal Venerable 3 Leaf in an instant. And with newfound power, he tried removing the restriction on him. "Your blood is too valuable, so this cannot be allowed," said Wang Wei. "Order, no secret techniques." Dang! Ao Tiany's technique ceased to work, and his power dropped to one leaf. A look of despair appeared on his face. He had lost many battles before, especially before his bloodline became mature. However, this was the first time he felt so powerless when dealing with an opponent. It was like he was nothing but an ant whose fate and destiny was out of its control. He hated the feeling to the core. Order, only the fleshly body can be used in this battle. Disorder, after one clash, the person with the strongest body will be the only one capable of using it. "So, little dragon, are you ready?" asked Wang Wei with a smile that seemed devious and terrifying to Ao Tiany. He bit the tip of his tongue to use the pain to overcome his trembling heart. He gathered all the strength of his fleshly body before rushing toward his opponent. He knew the latter was powerful from the information he had collected. However, he still had a chance. After all, as a chaos life form, he was born gifted with a strong body. Boom! Crack! Ao Tiany's arm twisted behind him in an odd and terrifying manner. He did not scream or even wince in pain. However, he looked defeated, like someone whose worldview was shattered. And as he sensed the power in his body leave, the sense of despair he felt skyrocketed. "You had no chance from the beginning," commented Wang Wei. Although the confrontation appeared fair, it was not. When Wang Wei prevented the use of transformation, Ao Tiany could only use 80% of his power. The argument could be made that he was also at a loss since he could not use the ancient desolate transformation. However, his transformation boosted his strength, while the dragon form was Ao Tiany's natural body. Labeling it as a transformation was a technical loophole. Wang Wei knew these techniques, rules, or restraints of order law were the advantage of this law. If used correctly, he can make the environment benefit him while weakening his opponent. Of course, once he meets an opponent on equal ground as him, the power of order would not be as absolute. But he had already thought of other ways to use it. For example, applying the order rules only to himself and not involved. For example, he would allow his domain to only work on him, use order to boost his attacks or spells and do a bunch of other things. It could even be used as a defensive measure. Wang Wei looked Ao Tiany directly in the eyes. "How does it feel to be as helpless as a mortal? I could crush you as easily as an ant in your current state." "Shut up," yelled Ao Tiany. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you will never forget this day." Don't. "My father will not let you get away with this. Have you forgotten the oath you took?" Ao Tiany's face became pale. He also remembered that his father could not descend into the lower dimension to save him. "Do you remember what I said I would do you the first time we met?" By now, Ao Tiany's face had lost all colors. "Your scale, heart, muscle, blood, and flesh are precious. And I want them all," Wang Wei said calmly in a soft voice. "Now, I cannot kill you, so I will need some help to help you regenerate the body parts I'm going to take. Do you understand what I'm getting at?" Ao Tiany looked at him with a blank look on his face, not capable of answering. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. This genius state of mind was worse than he anticipated. Although he has been using intimidation and his soul power to elicit fear into him, he did not expect him to crumble so easily. "Let me be more direct. I do not want to use my resources to heal you. So, hand over your space ring. Do not make me use drastic measures to get it myself." Ao Tiany then subconsciously handed his space ring, even deactivating the seal to allow Wang Wei to access the contents inside. Then, Wang Wei did as he said. He took the dragon's scale, muscles, heart, bones, blood, and a big piece of his flesh to cook later. During the process, Ao Tiany was alive and felt everything. Wang Wei wanted to use the pills inside the latter's space ring to help regenerate these body parts. However, he quickly discovered he had never seen any of these pills before and decided to keep them for himself to study. So, he used the ones he had instead. As for the reassurer inside, he did not take them because he could sense some powerful marks on them. They most likely belonged to the primordial dragon race in the upper dimension. He did not want to complicate the situation by forcing the dragon race to abandon Ao Tianyi as they tried to regain their precious treasure. Finally, Wang Wei looked at Ao Tianyi with a look of horror and despair. The man looked like he had experienced indescribable horrors. Maybe I went too far, thought Wang Wei as he checked Ao Tianyi's body. His Dao heart is not completely broken, so his father should be able to fix him. So, he patted the latter's shoulder. Don't blame me. Blame your father. Although he saved your life, he also placed you in this situation. Wang Wei had no regret in putting Ao Jing under the bus. However, he doubted Ao Tianyi could help him in his state. The information I revealed should be enough to show my status as an overlord but not too much to be suspicious. Hopefully. Then, he closed his domain along with the power of darkness, returning to the trial area. The participants could immediately see who the winner was after seeing Ao Tianyi's dazed look. And when they saw the anguish in the latter's eyes, they wondered what terrible thing had happened to him. They gave Wang Wei odd looks, but he ignored them. All Wang Wei cared about was how much destiny he acquired after defeating Ao Tianyi. The amount was quite large compared to when he defeated Heaven Chosen from the lower dimension. He did not know whether this was normal or a result of the recent changes in the lower dimension. Sword will clash. Wang Wei flew to his seat while ignoring the weird gaze of everybody else. However, as soon as he sat down, Tong Ruobing asked him, "You didn't really take his scale, blood, muscle, and heart, did you?" She remembered the conversation on the first day. And based on what she knew about Wang Wei, it would not be below him to do so. "You sly wench, don't accuse me of doing such horrible things," replied Wang Wei with righteousness. "He's only like that because I placed on some powerful illusion." Tong Ruobing sneered. She watched the fight he had with Ji Song and how he essentially cooked the latter in a fit of rage. As such, he would never underestimate this man's cruelty. His behavior of hiding his fight is weird, she thought. Could it be he did not want others to know what he did to the dragon, or is there another reason he wants to hide? Tong Ruobing decided to wait and observe. Although she wanted to test her strength in comparison to these upper-seated players and acquire some destiny and luck in the process, she also did not want to drag her faction into some conflict beyond their means. And since she had already detected the loophole in the Dao Oath, Tong Ruobing wanted to be more careful. Maybe, this trial's inheritance was not worth all the effort. Anyways, during this trial, she has benefited greatly. Her soul mutated, allowing her to use the power of the origin talisman better. Immortal child Shi Qian was fidgeting inside despite her calm exterior. She did not have the guts to fight any of these geniuses, even with the oath. Her parents were only two loose cultivators lucky enough to be blessed by a great emperor and achieve immortality. Although she appeared noble due to her birth, her background was the worst among all the people present. With her dad's death, her background was further reduced. Maybe I should finally join a sect. Her parents have always been proud of the idea of cultivating a mighty loose cultivator emperor. So, she never joined any factions despite always being hunted. Shi Qian had her pride as a loose cultivator. However, after seeing the participants, she understood the benefit of a powerful faction. It was not just about resources but protection and guidance. If she were from a renowned emperor lineage, her mother would not always have to hide and run. No, there is no need for a faction. My father and mother are proud of being loose cultivators, and I will make them happy by proving the Tao is one, she thought with determination. However, she also realized she had little chance of winning this inheritance, unless something extraordinary happened in the last mysterious trial section. And without the inheritance, she had no chance of proving the Tao in her world community. The only option left for her was to go to a weaker world community and prove the Tao. But she did not want to do it. Maybe I can ask the final winner to owe them some karma. Light race great emperors had a higher threshold for the number of people they could wash away for. So, she was precious. And if that did not work, she could promise the final winner with her position for immortal venerables and Tao ancestors, thus increasing their factions. It's decided. Let's do that. Jingwu Hua remained composed, her thoughts only known to her. Although she also wanted to take a bite of Ao Tianyi and get her hands on her bloodline, she did not dare. Her father was on the upper dimension, and she did not know how he was doing. She did not want to take any actions that could affect or place him in danger. So, she decided just to watch how things unfolded. Ao Tianyi took his seat with a dazed look. He immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at the opposite side or Wang Wei. Then, Lord Spirit spoke, "Who is the next challenger? Are you going to challenge Zhang Yuqing?" asked Wang Wei through divine sense. How do you know? You're a swordsman. So, of course, you would challenge him. I guess that makes sense. But what do you want? I want to warn you that you are not his opponent. If you want to challenge him, I recommend doing a pure swordsmanship test. Wang Wei estimated Ji Lanfang's strength at the peak of one leaf immortal venerable. And this was not his limit. The latter was only tier 8 like him, and by the time he reached a realm similar to Quasi-Emperor, his power should reach 3 leaf. But even then, he would not be Zhang Yuqing's opponent. The swordsman frowned for a moment, pondering. He took a big gulp from his gourd before saying, "I want to challenge the Taoist priest." "Young Master Ji, are you sure?" asked Zhang Yuqing. "I know I may not be your opponent. So, let's do a battle in the way of the sword." "That's fine by me," replied the young Taoist priest as he flew to the sky, and the drunk swordsman followed him. "My myriad sword soul physique allows me to learn and use many different sword wills," Zhang Yuqing said as he took out a black and white sword. "I've fought and defeated many swordsmen, I've learned from them until I surpassed them. Are you implying I will be the same?" Zhang Yuqing only smiled in response. Ji Lanfang shook his head at his opponent's remark. He took out his own sword, which was completely dark with no designs. It appeared like a normal sword forged by a mortal blacksmith with mediocre abilities. "My sword will is about speed. I believe speed is absolute, and absolute speed is the ultimate path of the sword." Zhang Yuqing shook his head as he did not like these pure swordsmen. "Let's begin with something common, gold sword will. Gold is the embodiment of sharpness in the 5 elements, hence a favorite Tao cultivated by many swordsmen." Zhang Yuqing swung his sword to create a moon-shaped slash. However, he did not use any energy, fleshly body, spiritual strength, or laws. The slash was the physical manifestation of his sword Tao understanding, the representation of his sword will. Ji Lanfang's eyes lit up after seeing the attack. Not bad. But not good enough. He swung his sword to generate his sword will. His slash easily destroyed his opponent before continuing to Zhang Yuqing. "What a fast sword. Let's test something else, earth sword will." The new slash he created easily blocked Ji Lanfang's attack. Swordsmen are considered the ultimate attackers. Yet, the basic sword moves contain parrying or defending. I do not understand why so many of you are so obsessed with attacks when defending is also a part of the sword. Good question. And the answer is simple, the sword is a weapon for killing, commented Ji Lanfang before attacking again, this time even faster. Endless void, a secret realm, a hooded individual suddenly appeared before coughing off blood in his hand. "I thought I overestimated his ability, but I was still wrong. How can a man who reached such height be defined by common logic?" He blamed himself for not being more careful. Although the hooded person knew the reason for his detection was probably because he was too confident in his hiding method and because he could not control his emotions, he should not have spent so much time staring at the young Fate Domination Emperor. This is a warning to me. I've prepared for so long, so I should control my emotions and not make such a mistake. The hooded shadow knew this was the opportunity he's been waiting for. The Empress was not with the young Fate Domination Emperor, and the lower dimension of this Choice world was not blocked, preventing outside interference. So, after swallowing a few pills, he headed to a house nearby. Inside a secret room, he activated a formation. A few seconds later, dozens of shadowy figures appeared, with no appearances. "Avenger, what do you want?" "It's almost time to act," replied the hooded figure named Avenger. "Already? It's only been 10,000 years. "I don't care about that," said one of the figures. "What about the things you promised us?" "I will give you another quarter." "What about the remaining half?" "You can get it after you kill the target," replied Avenger. Then, he continued in a harsh voice, "Do your best according to the contract. If not, you know the price you'll pay. Since you have delivered, we will also keep our end of the bargain." "That's good. Remember the plan, be swift and use all your strength. Do not give him time to brief, let alone think or talk. You're worrying too much." Avenger internally sneered. Only he knew how powerful this man would one day become. And with his intelligence, as long as he has less than a nanosecond to think, he will find a way out of any situation. "If you want the remaining reward, do as I said." "Whatever you say." Then, all the figures dispersed as if they had never existed. Hypocrisy. Ji Lanfang's attack sliced through the earth sword will as easy as a knife through butter. Nevertheless, the earth sword will was resilient and persistent like the earth. So, it reformed after destruction to continue confronting Ji Lanfang's sword will. Then, through sheer persistence, it blocked the attack before the enemy's attack reached its creator. "Not bad," commented Zhang Yuqing. "How about this? 5-element sword will. All things in the universe originate from the 5 elements. The 5 elements are the embodiment of balance." He created a sword slash that would alternate between 5 colors symbolizing the elements. "Any things that travel faster than the speed of light has broken the balance of the universe," Ji Lanfang replied before casually swinging his sword. His sword will instantly broke the perfect balance in the 5 elements, destroying the sword will. Zhang Yuqing frowned before waving his sword to create a black and white protective film before him. "Yin-yang sword will," said Ji Lanfang. "Although I pursue speed, I also know the concept of solitary yang cannot exist without yin. At extreme speed, time can be perceived to be slow." Ji Lanfang stabbed his sword, creating a sword will that alternated between speed and slowness. When the stab touched the yin-yang protective shield, it also broke the balance of yin and yang before heading toward Zhang Yuqing. The young Taoist priest squinted his eyes before using a blood-red slash to cancel Ji Lanfang's sword will. Then, he became serious as he knew this battle would not be as easy as he thought. "Try this slaughter sword will." Zhang Yuqing created a second blood-red slash. And when everyone laid eyes on it, they could see a vision of a young swordsman who spent his entire life on the battlefield. The young swordsman killed and killed to temper his swordsmanship. It did not matter whether it was humans, demons, gods, or devils. Everyone and everything felt at his sword, including his friends and family. The only thing the swordsman cared about was tempering his slaughter sword will. The number of lives in his hand was simply incalculable. At some point, he did not care to calculate. "A fast sword could prevent slaughter and save lives," said Ji Lanfang. His attack then created a vision of another swordsman in blue. The swordsman appeared before the slaughterer swordsman and cut off his head before he began his mass killing. So, his attack once again defeated Zhang Yuqing's sword will. How annoying, thought the young priest before his sword exuded a weird fluctuation and stopped the opponent's attack. I met a swordsman who believed that the sword was not the best tool for cutting, said Zhang Yuqing with a composed face. He believed space was the ultimate cutting tool. Try his space-cutting sword will. As he swung his sword, he bent the space around in the form of a moon-shaped slash. This attack could cut off anything as it was literally separating the space of anything it touched into two. The speed of my swords has transcended time and space, Ji Lanfang said casually. With a swing of his sword, he easily cut the space-cutting sword will. And his attack also did not stop on its track. But then, something unexpected occurred. A white slash came from Zhang Yuqing, and before Ji Lanfang could react, he had a slash scar on his chest. He calmly looked at the wound on his chest. Although it appeared as if he had lost, he knew it was not the truth. His opponent used his power despite the agreement of their confrontation only with skill. Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry. It was a mistake on my part, hurriedly said Zhang Yuqing with a sincere tone. No, you did it on purpose, commented Ji Lanfang calmly. Excuse me. Sword will not lie. You could not accept your defeat, so you use your power, he continued. I can sense the impurity in your sword will. This was not a mistake but a calculated move. Fellow Daoist, please do not slander my name. You will never be a real swordsman if you are so closed-minded, Ji Lanfang commented while looking directly into Zhang Yuqing's eyes. Then, he calmly flew back to his seat and drank his alcohol. Meanwhile, all eyes were on Zhang Yuqing, with most people being judgmental. Nothing is worse than a cultivator who cannot keep his word in a friendly competition. TCHP. All these upper dimension geniuses have been a disappointment so far. One is prideful beyond reason, and the other is small-minded and cannot accept defeat. Everyone heard these words because of the previously quiet atmosphere. So, everyone looked toward the speaker. It was one of the participants whose results could only be described as subpar during the trial. And the person had a shocked look on his face after saying these things, and he became horrified when he felt all the gazes on him. He reached his breaking when he sensed the fury emanating from Zhang Yuqing's body. Without hesitation, he took a jade talisman and crushed it. He disappeared from the trial space. Zhang Yuqing tried extremely hard to control the veins popping on his forehead. While maintaining his pure Taoist demeanor, he flew back to his seat. It seems that Zhang Yuqing's reputation might not be good in the upper dimension, thought Wang Wei. He did not see any surprise from the others after Ji Lanfang's accusations. Meanwhile, Monk Wuxia shook his head in agreement. From Ao Tianyi's memories, Wang Wei knew there were some nasty rumors about Zhang Yuqing. However, the two barely interacted since the eternal ascension was vast beyond words could describe. The winner of this battle is Ji Lanfang, declared Lord Spirit with a calm tone. Zhang Yuqing, who quickly returned to his pure and gentle facade, cupped his hand and bowed to Lord Spirit. This is how things should be. He then looked at Ji Lanfang and also bowed. Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry for my mistake. It was a genuine mistake. I am also sorry you feel this way about me. I would never do such a thing. Ji Lanfang took another sip of his drink. The sword does not lie. He then closed his eyes to focus on healing his injury. Zhang Yuqing smiled, not minding the latter's response. What a hypocrite, thought Wang Wei. Although there was nothing wrong with the latter's facial expression, he could see the emotions emanating from his body using some of Su Ya's techniques. They were the rage, hatred, annoyance, and the desire to kill. Wang Wei turned his head to look at Tong Ruobing, who was staring at him. What is it? Have you become enamored with me? Well, I can tell you don't have a single chance. Not only because I'm a faithful man but because my wife is more beautiful, talented, powerful, has a better personality, and is richer and sexier than you. Tong Ruobing rolled her eyes and stopped looking at him. She only stared because she thought he was responsible for the actions of the participants who previously spoke. She thought he placed some spiritual hints on him and wanted to see if she could gather some information based on his facial expression, reaction, and body language. Who is the next challenger? Lord Spirit asked. I am, replied Shi Shangyan as she stood up. After discussing with the patriarch, she first decided to watch things fold out. However, she also wanted to test the strength of these lower dimension geniuses to determine her next step. And who are you challenging? Young Lady Tong, replied Shi Shangyan. She wanted to test the level of the myriad emperor world's heaven chosens and decide whether to prove the Tao there or go somewhere else. Based on her observation, Tong Ruobing was on the upper echelons in terms of strength but was not at the pinnacle. So, she was the best target to test the waters. Moreover, her actions can reduce the suspicions of the others and delay the time they learn of their clan's betrayals, and she can get some destiny after winning. Tong Ruobing, asked Lord Spirit. I accept the challenge, she replied after a few seconds of pondering. She wanted to test the ground, and starting from 4th place was an excellent way to test the overall strength of these people. From how Wang Wei behaved during his fight with Ao Tianyi, I believe that these people might be here not only for the inheritance, and he also knows something about it. Maybe I can use this opportunity to gather more information. Tong Ruobing knew the importance of knowledge and information. Her interaction with Wu Ming proved their importance as one piece of information fundamentally altered her destiny. Wang Wei's single idea made her one of the most powerful heaven chosen of the myriad emperor world, granting her a high chance at proving the Tao and achieving immortality. Lord Spirit, what about my previous request? Asked Tong Ruobing. It has been approved. You can fight inside the Trials Pagoda where there is a world with complete laws. Excellent, Tong Ruobing thought. With laws, she can use law resonance and display her full power. Mortal and Immortal Qi. Tong Ruobing and Shi Shangyan entered the pagoda for their battles. A projection appeared in the middle of the participants for them to witness everything. These two found themselves floating above a large plain with mountains and forests in the distance. There were no houses or living habitats, only endless vivid green. They stared at each for a moment, gathering their auras and momentum. Then, Shi Shangyan went on the offensive. She waved her to manifest millions of enormous galaxies. Then, she dropped them on her opponent. That attack, thought Tong Ruobing. I did not sense any laws, it's pure energy. It should be star qi. Tong Ruobing pointed at the fallen galaxies and used a decomposition talisman. Her talisman resonated with the laws of this world before activating. It tried to decompose the attack and revert it to its original qi form. Unfortunately, she failed. So, Tong Ruobing quickly used another talisman with a frown. Swallowing talisman, a small rune appeared before Tong Ruobing. Then, it swallowed all the galaxies in a matter of seconds. However, she was not out of danger yet. As soon as she dealt with the galaxies, Tong Ruobing detected her surroundings had changed. On the left side were millions of black spheres, and the other had the same quantity of white spheres. Black and white hole, she thought. And she was correct. The left side had a powerful gravitational pull that wanted to swallow her. Meanwhile, the right side had an equally powerful gravitational push that wanted to squash her into puree fruit. As the person caught in the middle, the feeling of constantly being pushed and pulled by a powerful force was a nightmare. So, Tong Ruobing acted swiftly. Gravity-canceling talisman, she used an instant talisman to cancel the gravitational power of both black and white holes. However, she also went on the offensive. Energy-suppressing talisman. Tong Ruobing noticed the enemy only used pure qi/energy attacks. And all her spells were abnormally powerful. As such, she concluded that there was a 70% chance she was a pure energy cultivator. It would make sense, given Shi Shangai's identity as a celestial race. Of course, there is also the 20% chance she hid her law power as a trump card. However, if that was the case, Tong Ruobing determined this battle might be harder than anticipated based on how powerful her chi spells were. As for the remaining 10%, it was possible that her chi attacks were more powerful than even her laws, so she only used them for battle. Although this conclusion appeared logical, there were some truths behind it. Pure energy systems were weaker than law ones because they usually created third-class emperors. Laws and Daos were subsets of the Grand Dao source. As such, cultivators usually comprehend them before in preparation for understanding their Grand Dao source. However, pure Qi cultivators do not have this opportunity. After acquiring the Heaven Will, they skip directly to comprehend the Grand Dao source, creating many third-class emperors. In the Endless Void's history, only one individual became an eternal emperor from a pure energy cultivation system. A strange force field emanated from Tong Ruobing's talisman before surrounding Shi Shangyan. And the field could limit her control and power of her qi. However, she only sneered in response. Shi Shangyan pointed two finders toward her opponent. Then, her qi changed from the previous star attribute to a space. Space compression spell immediately. Tong Ruobing felt the space around begin to compress her into a biscuit. She could tell she could not run away or teleport from this attack. She immediately used a space-twisting talisman to take back control of the surrounding space. Unfortunately, she only temporarily delayed the spell's effect. Something is wrong. Her spells are too powerful. She focused on the battle without the time to properly analyze the situation being this anomaly, and using law resonance to create space-related talismans cannot reach its full potential of space laws, unless Tong Ruobing was willing to comprehend space as one of her secondary laws. And she has not done so. She has to use alternative methods to boost her talisman's powers. She waved her hand to manifest 9 more space-twisting talismans. Subsequently, she used a high-level technique for professions, synchronization. Using many of the same talismans, Tong Ruobing confused them to boost their strength through great control. So, as the 9 talismans in the shape of yellow papers with runes floated before her, they vibrated, linked through a green line before fusing into one. Boom! Space cracks appeared around Tong Ruobing as she broke free from the spell. With deep eyes, she said, "You're a young emperor. You've finally figured it out. Your ability seems to amplify your qi-based spells by a large margin. Moreover, you can deploy your pseudo-domain without being detected." Shi Shangyan smiled without explaining. When she was young, the clan's patriarch trained her severely, tempering her Dao heart with extreme methods. Previously, she thought it was because she was the next heir of the clan. But now, Shi Shangyan realized the clan has been preparing for the possible defection for many years. And they might even have predicted the current change long ago. With how long the celestial race has existed and its background, she would not be surprised if they had some extraordinary method to predict the upcoming changes in the eternal ascension world. And she even guessed many people were also preparing. This woman is very talented. Using synchronization of talismans with space attributes is a feat few mortals could achieve back home. Synchronization was a high-level skill, but there were also levels of difficulty. For example, it was thousands of times harder to use synchronization on space attribute talisman than on a fire one. I need to get serious. Secret technique. Qi sealing. Shi Shangyan clapped her hands, and immediately afterward, Tong Ruobing's face changed. She discovered she had lost control of the origin essence inside her divine sea. She immediately activated the energy control talisman inside her divine sea to regain control of her energy. "It's useless," commented Shi Shangyan. "Unless you have better or equal energy control as me, you cannot break this technique." Tong Ruobing did not believe her as her mind functioned rapidly to find a countermeasure. Then, a mysterious will came from her body to block and protect her divine D realm. I can do the same, thought Shi Shangyan. She activated her D realm to boost her secret technique and counter Tong Rubing's D realm. The celestial race has an advantage over others when entering the D realm. Most cultivation system has some form of energy gathering stage. So, as long as they can create a unique qi in that realm, they can enter the D realm. Of course, Heavenly Tao placed restraints on them. The qi they created must meet a certain standard before achieving D. Nevertheless, it is way easier for members of the celestial race to enter compared to ordinary cultivators or other powerful races. After weakening her opponent, Shi Shangyan went for the finishing move. Destruction Qi Beam. A dark purple beam flew out of her finger, traveling with incredible speed toward Tong Ruobing, who quickly reacted. Although she lost control of her origin essence, she still had spiritual power which she could use to control her law. Tong Ruobing then created millions of defensive talismans and synchronized them. Unlike powerful attributes like space, where she is limited by the number of talismans she can synchronize, she had little to no limit on ordinary talismans like defensive ones. Unfortunately, despite creating the ultimate shield, the beam passed through it before stopping 1 inch in front of her heart. Tong Ruobing sighed. I lost. Shi Shangyan then cancelled her attack. Your celestial race is truly blessed. Indeed. The celestial race is considered one of the most blessed races from tier 1 to 10 in the cultivation journey. Their races can use many powerful qi to supplement their battle prowess. They can even control qi that is based on supreme outlaws like destruction qi or creation qi. And they do not have to pass the outlaw trial by controlling these qis. Many people believed if the celestial race could convert their mortal qi into immortal qi, they would truly be an unmatched race. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Shi Shangyan could not elevate her destruction qi into a higher form of immortal qi. She had to search for it in the source qi space like everyone else. Some mortal qi do not even have an immortal counterpart. As such, it will become useless after she proves the Tao. Additionally, if she did not prove the Tao and only cultivated destruction qi, no laws, and tried to prove the Tao with destruction grand Tao source, she would have to undergo a terrible heavenly tribulation with a 9,999% chance of death. A few of her clans tried to use this loophole to control supreme or outlaw Taos, and they all died under the tribulation. Sovereign Tao. Wang Wei watched the battle and was not surprised by the outcome. According to his calculations, Shi Shangyan had a maximum of 2 leaf strength, slightly weaker than Ao Tianyi's maximum output of 3 leaf if he went all out, hence the reason she is 4th. As for Tong Ruobing, she has the potential to reach the same level of strength with her talisman rune body, but only untapped potential. Currently, she has not even reached the 1-leaf immortal venerable level. Maybe she could barely reach that realm's power through some harsh sacrifice. The celestial race is a blessed one, thought as he analyzed the strength Shi Shangyan displayed. He could also divine information about how they use qi by watching her use the destruction qi. They had many advantages from tier 1 to tier 10, especially in the Great Emperor realm. For example, if a celestial race only achieved first-class emperor, they could create heaven immortal qi to grant them eternal emperor's battle prowess in tier 10. Shi Shangyan was the first to exit the pagoda, and with a calm demeanor, she took her seat. Despite her victory, she was not too happy as she could also sense Tong Rubing's potential. With such strength and potential, she is not even the best heaven chosen from the myriad emperor world. She then gazed at Wang Wei. She knew that a Tao overlord was a sign of intelligence and strength. Although people know overlord for their intelligence and luck, their strengths are nothing to ignore. The very reason Heavenly Tao tested them was that their Taos were inherently too powerful. Let's see if I can gather more information before I make a decision. Tong Ruobing followed a few minutes after her. And as soon as she exited the pagoda, Mu Lei flew to her. "Young Lady Tong, are you all right? Do you need any help?" "No need since I was not injured," she replied with a brilliant smile. "But I do appreciate the offer. As long as you are okay." Tong Ruobing briefly chatted with Mu Lei before returning to her seat, waiting for the next competition. "I need to increase my strength. I cannot rush my bond with the Origin Talisman. However, I can enter the Saint Realm as quickly as possible. With a domain, my strength should reach another level." "Who is coming next?" asked Lord Spirit with a slightly raised voice, obviously elated by the battle prowess displayed so far. "I want a challenge," said Shi Rulin. "And my opponent is you," she declared as she pointed. "I refused," replied Wang Wei. "Why?" she asked in a pampering manner as if she was wronged. "I've been in the spotlight too much. Challenge someone else." As he said that, his head shook to point to Chu Luo next to him, while his face showed he was not doing anything. "Fine, I challenge number 1 over there." "You are not my opponent," Chu Luo said calmly. He, an arrogant one." "Do you accept my challenge or not?" asked Shi Rulin. "As you wish," said Chu Luo before flying to the sky. Wang Wei wanted to warn him not to reveal his 9-extremity foundation but stopped himself. Firstly, Chu Luo will most like not to listen to his warning, especially without any specific explanation. Secondly, if the latter revealed his foundation, it would benefit Wang Wei as the attention would no longer be on him. He did not want to reveal his 9-extremity foundation, so he's been careful since these people's arrival. The only problem is that Chu Luo and possibly Lord Spirit know of its existence after he used some of its power in his fight against Yi Tuizi. So, he could only hope those two would keep their mouths shut. After getting into position, the two began their battle. Chu Luo did not waste time as he went for a powerful attack. Sword of Fate, a gray sword appeared before him. Then, it rushed toward Shi Rulin with absolute speed. The sword had the power to annihilate fate, similar to Wang Wei's Fate Annihilation Fist. The 9-extremity foundation. Thought Shi Rulin as she sensed the horror of this attack. She knew she could not survive under an attack compared to a Dao ancestor. So, as she acted rapidly as a weird aura emanated from her body. Then, the attack's power drastically decreased. Shi Rulin then punched the sword. Bang! They confronted for a few seconds before she repelled it. The upper-seated players squinted their eyes after seeing Chu Luo's attack. Knowledge about the 9-extremity foundation is more common in the Eternal Ascension world, so they knew about it. Many wanted to establish the best foundation for cultivation before proving the Tao. Unfortunately, reincarnation was troublesome, and it was not easy to understand existence. The best way to acquire this foundation is to go to the lower dimension. Unfortunately, the problem of resources often limits the success rate. Furthermore, given the world's current political situation, being too talented and powerful was not a good thing. On the contrary, it invited the wrong kind of attention. But these heaven chosens had no time to lament the situation of the upper dimension. They came here not only to acquire the deceiving heaven longevity art but also to observe and take notes of extraordinary geniuses of the lower dimension. They had to determine possible candidates that could cause the upcoming changes in the entire Eternal Ascension world. And someone with such a powerful foundation instantly became at the top of their list of candidates. Wang Wei secretly smiled as he sensed the slight change in the upper-seated player's demeanor after Chu Luo revealed his ability. Although he knew he would not entirely be ignored, he was satisfied as long as he was not the primary suspect. This brief gap was enough for the changes to finish and for him to do many things. Meanwhile, Chu Luo frowned in the air. He did not care about the changes on the ground. He felt his strength had drastically decreased. He went from 3-root Dao Ancestor to 3-leaf Immortal Venerable. Such a large gap was remarkable. So, he looked at Shi Rulan. My emperor bone does not just allow me to become an emperor, it's a physique that trains a powerful emperor. So, it helps me with tempering my body, comprehending laws, and even tempering my Tao heart, she explained. And when I combine it with my Tao, some interesting ability appeared. A large image appeared behind Shi Rulan. It was an enormous image of her sitting on a throne, looking at myriad things in existence with disdain. She had the aura of a sovereign who ruled above all myriad Taos. A vision ability, commented Chu Luo. Correct. It's called Sovereign's Minister. It can force all my opponents to a cultivation stage at least one realm below me. Chu Luo could immediately analyze how scary such a divine ability was. The only way for someone to defeat Shi Rulan is to have the ability to skip the realm for battles. And given she also has the same capability, it's challenging to accomplish. In the lower stages of cultivation, it's still possible to defeat her. A monstrous genius could accomplish this feat, however, when strength reaches the immortal tier, where one leaf is the difference between heaven and earth, it's nigh impossible to defeat her. Chu Luo raised his hand to create a mirror, heaven mirror. Through the mirror, he saw numerous information and secrets of heaven and earth, focusing on Shi Rulan's ability. He then knew he could not avoid this technique or nulled it because Emperor Bone, as a physique, could acquire certain authority or power of a great emperor if the owner developed it to the extreme. And Shi Rulan used her authority to make the technique applicable to all mortals, even those with immortal level strength. She also made it almost impossible to nullify. Chu Luo frowned slightly as the mirror continued providing him with information. Then, he created a jade seal in the shape of a dragon. Sovereign seal, muttered Shi Rulan with squinted eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Luo fused the seal into his sea of consciousness, and instantly, his aura elevated to four-leaf immortal, the same strength as Shi Rulan. You're a worthy opponent, commented Shi Rulan. The flaw of her technique is that it worked on the concept that she is a sovereign and other people, as her minister, are below her. But if someone could acquire the aura/spirit of a sovereign and have sufficient strength, they can nullify some of the power of her ability and achieve the same cultivation realm as her. And not everyone can do that. Ever since I last fought Xiao Tiandi a few 100,000 years ago, I've never met someone who could nullify my ability. However, you are still destined to lose. I've never lost a battle in the same realm even to him. Shi Rulan was not exaggerating. Even Xiao Tiandi did not defeat her in their battle, he only gave up after he felt it would be a hassle to continue fighting. Nevertheless, she has never lost. There is a first time for everything, Chu Luo replied calmly. Well, see, said Shi Rulan as she went on the offensive. The flaw. 9 golden rings appeared behind Shi Rulan, forming the shape of a circle. They floated behind her like they were wings. And as soon as they appeared, her aura increased, and the blood energy in her body suddenly increased, creating an area of intense yang energy that could be felt dozens of meters away. Shu Rulan had activated a unique technique called the Sovereign Tyrant Body that people with Emperor Bone could only cultivate. She cultivated this technique by condensing blood energy in the shape of the rings behind her. There were 12 rings, and each subsequent one required more time, energy, and resources to condense. The Sovereign Tyrant Body was a unique technique that allowed its user to open the Gate of Power after condensing the 11th ring and the Gate of Flesh after condensing the last one. However, this technique had a significant flaw as it was an active body refining technique. When Shi Rulan did not activate the rings, her body was relatively weaker. It was still powerful but not nearly as powerful as when she activated them. As such, she can get assassinated a lot easier before she activates the rings. Luckily, Shi Rulan used some other techniques to somewhat compensate for the deficiency, which will also disappear after opening the Gate of Power. Shi Rulan rushed toward Chu Luo to punch him. Bang! She flew back a few dozen meters. She lost in a direct confrontation, and she immediately knew the reason. Her ability forced her opponent to have the same stats as her. However, Chu Luo was better at controlling his strength. As such, with the exact stats, he could exert more power than her. Nevertheless, she did not stop attacking after one confrontation. No, she kept rushing at him with the objective of a fist-to-fist brawl. With each attack, she lost, and Chu Luo would go on the offensive to punch her in the stomach, ribs, face, and everywhere else. It was a one-sided beating. Shi Rulan planned to evolve amid battle and reach the same level of control as her opponent. She did the same tactic during her battle with Xiao Tiandi. Regrettably, she soon realized the two were in entirely different realms regarding force control. If she wanted to reach his level, she would need years, and even then, she might fail. Let's change tactic. Shi Rulan decided to stop the fleshly body confrontation and use her other powers. She had lost in this confrontation. Nevertheless, excitement emanated from her eyes as she knew she had met a worthy opponent. A golden aura covered her body as the natural pressure she released suddenly increased. All the participants could tell she had gotten stronger, and people like Wang Wei, Chu Luo, Zhang Yuqing, Monk Wuji, and Xiao Tiandi could tell her strength had increased from the middle of four-leaf to the peak. Heart of invincibility, commented Chu Luo. Exactly. Chu Luo knew of this state of mind that could boost battle since he cultivated one in his first life. Cultivators can cultivate an invincible heart through constant fighting and defeating all opponents, increasing their power in battles. Invincible heart has levels. For example, all the people Chu Luo defeated were no match for him in the first place, so his invincible heart had little effect on the boost it granted. Meanwhile, Shi Rulan had to defeat many of her peers, people as talented, if not more than her. As such, her invincible heart gave her a significant boost. It's a shame you're going to lose your invincible heart after this battle, Chu Luo commented with a sneer. After his first failure to pass the outlaw trial, he lost his invincible heart. And as long as Shi Rulan lost this fight, the same will happen to her. We will see, replied Shi Rulan with a big grin. Then, golden flames appeared on her body before she punched. Sovereign flame, the golden flame engulfed half of the sky. However, Chu Luo remained calm. He waved his hand to manifest a cauldron. The cauldron's top then opened to release an ocean of black water that cancelled out the flame. Shi Rulan raised her hands to manifest two golden bolts of lightning swish. She threw them so hard that they traveled a few million faster than light. The bolts were powerful and contained a suppressive power even more mighty than a gravity trillion times of a planet similar to Earth. Regrettably, her opponent responded rapidly and with ease. Silver chains suddenly appeared, and they caught the bolts. Anti-lightning chains. No, but also anti-sovereign powers. Creation Dao is too versatile in battle. Despite this, she would not give up. She had cultivated her sovereign Dao to a high level where it could compete with outlaw Daos. She wanted to lord over all laws and concepts, she wanted everything between heaven and earth to bow to her, including Grand Dao itself. With an unwavering fighting intent, Shi Rulan rushed toward her opponent. When she was closed, she controlled her law to use one of her most potent spells. The court's corruption. Chu Luo's face changed as he wanted to react and move out of the way. It was too late. A sword with dragon designs on the hill manifested in Shi Rulan's hand, and she slashed him. Chu Luo crossed his arm to defend himself, but the attack's potency sent him crashing to the ground, destroying many buildings. He only took a few seconds to get back up, but he still had a scar across his arms and small parts of his chest. His white robe was tainted by blood. With a serious look, he watched Shi Rulan in the sky. Corruption. Her attack momentarily corrupted my laws, rendering them useless for a brief moment. Chu Luo was instantly unhappy, not because he suffered injuries at the hands of a person much weaker than him, but because this technique was the ban of his creation Tao that was inherently flawed. As he sensed his body, he could feel some trace of corruption remaining inside his body. Then, a cauldron appeared before him before a few pills popped out from the inside. After ingesting them, his injured healed at speed visible to the naked eye. "I know the flaw in your creation Tao," Shi Rulan said. "You can only create items with attributes, but not the attributes themselves. This is why you did not create the black water to extinguish my sovereign flame. You had to create a cauldron that could make water." Ever since Shi Rulan knew her opponent controlled an outlaw Tao without the aura of a Tao overlord, she knew there would be some restrictions and was on the lookout for them. After seeing the method he used to deal with the flame, she had her suspicions. However, she confirmed her theory when he used those pills to heal his injuries. If Chu Luo was an overlord, he could just create a pill with healing properties instead of creating a cauldron that made healing pills. And if he could use his creation Tao at an even higher level, he should be able to create the concept of healing to help with his injuries. However, when he used the power of other purely conceptual laws, he also had to create a weapon with the attribute of the concept he wanted to utilize, for example, the Sword of Fate attack he used. That attack was not a choice, but Chu Luo could not directly create fate-related techniques. He can only create weapons with fate-related powers, thus limited in the scope of what he can accomplish with his creation Tao. "So what?" replied Chu Luo, very annoyed. The flaw in his Tao was a sore spot in his heart. It reminded him of all his failures, how he disappointed his parents' efforts, and how he had to watch them sacrifice so much for him in vain. Supreme Outlaw Tao is Supreme Outlaw Tao. No matter the restriction, it is still better than anything you have or will ever have. And I will show its power to you. Ha ha ha, I would love to see how. Domain activation. Chu Luo was in the incarnation realm, and his domain C had evolved into a towering tree and gave birth to the fruit of laws. So, he had a powerful domain to boost his power. A domain. "I have one, too," said Shi Rulan with laughter as she activated hers. Then, the sky suddenly split into two colors, one golden and the other a misty white and grayish color. A domain confrontation had started. The participants watched with great attention, except for Xiao Tiandi, who only watched with half his eyes closed. Wang Wei also paid great attention since there was some benefit to gather. Empyrean had the power of creation, at the very least, life creation. And to reach that realm, great emperors did not require an understanding of creation Tao beforehand. However, knowledge on the subject drastically increased the success rate of becoming an Empyrean. So, he wanted to use this opportunity to learn something from Chu Luo and prepare his path to becoming an Empyrean. D stages. The participants could see two spheres wrestling in the sky, one white-gray and the other golden. Their clashes sent powerful shockwaves throughout the entire small world where the trial took place, forcing everyone to generate shields to protect themselves. On each side of a sphere, Chu Luo and Shi Rulan looked at each other. The clash of their domains was to determine who had absolute control over the environment and whose domain would give the most significant boosts. At first, the two spheres appeared equal, but after a few minutes of confrontation, the white area began to overwhelm the others. Shi Rulan gritted her teeth as she mobilized her spiritual strength, qi, and law to help sustain her domain. Unfortunately, since Chu Luo outclassed her in the law department, his domain was the victor. As such, he took over 3/4 of the sky and left the rest for Shi Rulan to barely defend herself. Creation domain, myriad Tao blade work. Chu Luo waved his hand, and millions of swords appeared in his domain. They were many swords with different attributes: flame sword, thunder sword, sword of death, sword of time, sword of karma, etc. He created each sword with a different attribute before dropping them on his opponent. Shi Rulan's face changed as she reacted. Dragon protection, countless dragons appeared in her domain, covering her. Unfortunately, the swords destroyed anything that stood in their way. Some dragons were burned, some aged and died, and some underwent samsara. They died in diverse ways, but they all still died. So, Sher Rulan acted to increase her power. Myriad race protection, she summoned not only dragons but races like phoenixes, rocks, and other demonic races. Pyush! A sword pierced her shoulder before igniting into a red flame. She could even sense the flame was using her karmic sin as fuel. Sher Rulan hurriedly used the technique, Sovereign's Pride. As a sovereign, she would never apologize for her actions, no matter how atrocious. Her pride transcended karma. As a sovereign, karma did not affect her. Sher Rulan created this technique to deal with karma-based attacks. The flame extinguished, and she mobilized her blood energy to heal the damage. At the same time, she also focused on the swords that seemed infinite. World's protection as a ruler above the mundane and extraordinary, all sentient beings worshipped and strived to protect her. As such, it is their duty to protect her. A glass bead the size of a football field appeared in Sher Rulan's domain. It was an entire world at least the size of a few billion galaxies. The glass bead blocked 90% of the upcoming swords while Sher Rulan punched the others with her fleshly body. Then, she went on the offensive. Boom! Sovereign's fury, with one punch, a terrifying pressure emanated from her. Then, the golden side of domains suddenly turned darker as clouds manifested before dropping lightning bolts on Chu Luo. It was as if the heavens itself was angry and wanted to punish. A sovereign's fury eclipses the heaven, thought Chu Luo before sneering. He waved his hand to create a round shield with a black tortoise engraving. The shield then released a force field that protected its creator and the domain. Chu Luo then created another sword, a spacetime sword. The sword pierced the marble, creating cracks before exploding. Although it appeared as if it was just an ordinary marble destroyed, the participants could see an entire world in shambles. The sword generated a powerful wave of spacetime energy that tore apart the entire world inside the marble. Then, the sword headed toward Sher Rulan, who tried to evade. In her domain, Sher Rulan is a god and can bend reality at will. So, she should be able to teleport anywhere her domain touched. Unfortunately, she could not outrun space and time, at least not the one Chu Luo controls. Subsequently, Sher Rulan dodged the sword, which cut off her right hand. What's more, the cut-off arm instantly aged before disappearing. She then felt a will preventing her healing capabilities. 7th Stage D Realm. Luckily, it appears his application of it is lacking. The D realm is somewhat rare in the lower dimension but not so much in the upper dimension as there is more knowledge and even classification. There are 9 stages, each increasing strength and the 10% probability of casting the Tao will. Moreover, the higher the stage, the more powerful Tao will a great emperor can cast. The stages can be increased through repeated training or by making more than one cultivation stage unique. Sher Rulan only had a 5th stage D realm. Nevertheless, she had more knowledge and control of it than Chu Luo. So, he removed the latter's power before focusing on the spatial temporal energy remaining on her body that was trying to age the rest of her body. Sher Rulan gritted her teeth to create a few more world marbles to prevent her opponent from taking advantage of her weakness. Her face turned pale in the process, but she gritted her teeth. Then, she mobilized one aspect of her sovereign Tao, control. She used the law of control to control the energy in her body and remove it. She wanted to control and use it for her own use. Unfortunately, this power had Chu Luo's imprint, and she could not control it unless she overpowered him. The rings behind Sher Rulan shone as her blood energy activated, instantly growing another arm. Meanwhile, Chu Luo watched as his swords destroyed world after world. Let's end this, he thought. What is a sovereign without its people, its citizen, to rule over? Chu Luo said as he created an ordinary sword. As soon as the sword appeared, everyone could feel it was the embodiment of the people's wish, of their desire to reject the power of any ruler. Then, the sword, which embodied rejection of monarchy and rebellion, flew toward Shi Rulan, making her face change. She knew she would lose if that attack hit, as it was the antithesis of her Tao. So, as she activated the court corruption spell to affect Chu Luo's laws. And for a moment, it worked. His domain shook, and it appeared it would shrink. However, Chu Luo reacted in time by creating a pen full of righteous qi. He used the power of righteousness to counter Shi Rulan's corruption. The people's sword easily pierced through all of Shi Rulan's techniques before stopping an inch before her throat. She looked at me with gritted teeth without saying anything. Then, the sword moved slightly, drawing blood from her neck. Fine, I lose. Crack. Shi Rulan heard a sword indicating her invincible heart was shattered. Her mighty and invincible aura rapidly declined. She looked directly into Chu Luo's eyes and muttered, "So, this is my path forward. Find a way to be both a sovereign of the people and an independent sovereign not bound by heaven and earth." Shi Rulan entered a brief state of enlightenment, and her aura sublimated. Upon completion, she sensed her path of achieving 5-leaf immortal venerable was not far. Wang Wei watched the battle with great concentration. He watched every move Chu Luo made, storing the latter's understanding and control of creation Tao for later in his cultivation journey. He knew he would not have to worry much about his breakthrough in the Empyrean realm after this battle. Wang Wei also paid attention to Shi Rulan. Her Emperor Bone's ability reminded him of Di Tian's pseudo-domain. The main difference was Di Tian could bring people on the same realm as him. The weakness is that realm was not the same as the strength. Most heaven-chosen could fight above their realms. So, reducing their realms could indeed drastically increase them. However, Shi Rulan's ability will bring them the same strength, meaning stats like qi, fleshly body, spiritual strength, etc. The only thing she could not reduce was a person's control or understanding of laws. She can control the level of destruction their technique or laws could make, for leaf, but not the subtle or ingenious applications. This is why she lost this battle. Another difference between these two techniques was that Di Tian's domain could be avoided, nullified, or countered. However, Shi Rulan's ability seemed to involve order power back by the power of a great emperor. So, unless a mortal has the strength of a great emperor, they cannot nullify her ability. The only way to defeat Shi Rulan is to beat her in the same realm. I could probably use my order-disorder law to recreate their ability, thought Wang Wei. Of course, he knew his method would, at best, be on the same level as Di Tian's. He could never reach Shi Rulan's level unless he had reached the 10th extremity foundation. But at that point, he has the strength of a great emperor. Why would he need to use this technique? No, it can be useful. If the technique could work on a great emperor, I could lower their cultivation realm to the same as me and easily defeat them. If he had the 10 extremity foundation and load a third-class emperor's realm to the quasi-emperor realm, he would easily slaughter the latter. Wang Wei mentally shook his head as he realized such a technique was too impractical given all the requirements to be useful. The two physiques history. Chu Luo's fighting style seems to be using his opponent's opposite Tao to crush them, observed Wang Wei during the battle. With how diverse creation Tao was, he understood why this fighting method was used. However, it would not work for him since he fused his opposite, freedom, into his fate Tao. And even if he did, this tactic would not work on him since his Tao tree turned silver. At best, Chu Luo could be equal if he used freedom Tao against him. Chu Luo is the victor, announced Lord Spirit with evident joy in his tone. While people wondered why the happiness, only Lord Spirit knew the exact reason. According to the agreement his master made, as long as Shi Rulan and Xiao Tiandi lost a battle, they could expel all the upper-seeded players back to the upper dimension, not allowing them to participate in the final part of this trial. Now, one of the two was defeated. Wang Wei, don't let me down, thought Lord Spirit. Who wants to go next? Me. Everyone looked up to see Shi Rulan was the one who answered. Lady Shi, you want to challenge again? Yes, and this time, I'm challenging Wang Wei. I refuse, said Wang Wei immediately. Why? Are you looking down on me? No, it's because your ability is too disgusting. Shi Rulan's lips twitched. This was not the first time someone had said that about her ability. Fine, you don't have to fight me. But show me how you would deal with my ability. What method you would use to have the same cultivation realm as me. Shi Rulan felt that Wang Wei should have a method similar to Chu Luo that would allow him to keep the same strength as her, and she wanted to know. Meanwhile, Wang Wei pondered for a moment before agreeing. The image of a purple star appeared above Wang Wei, illuminating the surrounding. The star was noble, mighty, and released the aura of a born ruler. The East Purple Star, also known as the Sovereign Star, muttered Shi Rulan. She could tell the latter used his fate Dao to change his fate to that of a sovereign. With this method, she would not be able to suppress him to a realm below her. That should work, Shi Rulan said before looking at Ji Lanfang and the other lower-seated players. Then, she flew back to her seat. Although she wanted to ask them the same question, she did not. These people's strengths were too weak compared to hers. Ji Lanfang was the only one with one leaf strength, while the rest only had the potential to reach that level. Even if they had a method, they would still be suppressed because of the vast difference. And Shi Rulan was correct in that they thought of a way in case they needed to fight her. Ji Lanfang thought of using all the King Dao swordmanships he knew to create the aura of a sovereign. Tong Ruobing would use an aura-changing talisman to acquire the bearing of a ruler. Shi Qian could connect to the karma of mortals in her homeworld, forcing them to give her the position of a sovereign. Meanwhile, Jinhu Hua was technically a ruler. The three-legged crows were the royal family of the Golden Crow race, so she had the aura of a sovereign. Now that everything is settled, who is the next? Lord Spirit did not finish his words as a terrible sound echoed in the lobby, forcing everyone to hold their ears. Everyone then looked in Xiao Tiandi's direction to see a talisman floating before him, which was the noise source. You know the deal, said a female voice from the talisman. The sound won't stop until you move. The terrible sound ended, but that's because Xiao Tiandi was now the only person who could hear it. His mouth twitched in aggravation. This was not the first time his master had done something similar to motivate him. And he knew the talisman would not stop no matter what method he tried, and Xiao Tiandi could not destroy it even if he could somehow use the power of a great emperor. Damn it, all right, he said as he stood up, his eyes still a little closed. He looked around at the others before his eyes stopped on Wang Wei. I guess it's you. Let's get this over with. Wang Wei frowned. Young Master Wang Wei, please not reject, said Lord Spirit. Wang Wei gave him a look and realized there was something more. Then, his senses told him to fight the latter as it would benefit him. Fine, he responded before flying into the sky as Xiao Tiandi followed him. They looked at each for a few seconds. For some odd and unexplainable reason, I don't like you, suddenly commented Xiao Tiandi. Many people don't like me. It could be because I'm more handsome than them, more powerful, savvier, and has a hotter wife. Pick one, and it will be enough. Xiao Tiandi was speechless. His appearance was not that bad, and he just looked off because he did not care for his appearance. As for being more powerful, no one in the younger generation has defeated him, including Zhang Yuqing and Man Wuji. When it comes to Dao Companion, he had his beautiful master. Although they were not together, he firmly believed it was only a matter of time. The only thing he could give the latter was savvy since he is an overlord, but as a person born with the innate Tao source physique, he did not think he would lose in the savvy department. No, it's not these reasons. I just don't like you for some reason. Well, honestly, I feel the same, replied Wang Wei, who knew the reason for their dislikes. The innate Tao source physique and innate paragon soul are often called destined enemies. Long ago, Xiao Tiandi's physique was considered the best for cultivation. However, that was until innate paragon souls appeared, which was both an acquired and innate physique. Some people can be born with an innate paragon soul, or a paragon could use countless paragon-level resources similar to world essence to nourish an unborn child in the womb. However, few people do these since these resources are precious even to paragons, and using them on an unborn child is a waste. Another reason is the high level of success. More often than not, the child will be unable to properly absorb these resources and fail to elevate their newborn soul to that level. And there is also a chance of overpowering the child's soul, causing irreparable damage. Nevertheless, the first person to ever have an innate paragon soul got through acquired means, and his name was Paragon Red Dust. Red Dust was conceived in a time of the eternal ascension world when a man with the title of Truth Seeker reigned supreme. He was a boundless paragon with unmatched power. Truth Seeker Paragon lived in a relatively earlier era of the eternal ascension world, making him quite ancient, taking into account modern times. And his time, there were few paragons, let alone boundless. Nevertheless, he was still the most powerful of his peers, suppressing an entire era. As a result, the only thing Truth Seeker wanted was an opponent on par with him. And he feared this day would never come, until a pregnant woman approached him with a deal. The woman told him if he gave him the necessary resources, he could cultivate a child with an acquired talent on par with Truth Seeker's innate Tao source physique. Intrigued, the paragon agreed, hence, Red Dust was born, the first person with an innate paragon soul. Truth Seeker taught the child everything he knew and also gave him the resources he needed to reach the same realm as him. This was not the first time he had done such a thing since he always wanted someone who could give him a challenge. Unfortunately, things proceeded beyond his calculations. Truth Seeker was a prideful and arrogant man. He wanted someone who could give him a worthy challenge, but he could also defeat whenever he pleased. Unfortunately, Red Dust was his equal in every way possible. Even when he tried his best, he could not defeat the latter, a fact that shattered his pride. On the other hand, Red Dust was also not happy with the outcome of their battle. His dream or goal since childhood was to surpass his adoptive father. Yet, no matter what he tried, the result was a stalemate. Then, these two boundless paragons began to compete in other things like alchemy, talisman, array, etc. With their physique's terrifying comprehension, they could excel at everything they tried. Regrettably, the result was always a stalemate. At this point in their life, their competition had changed their relationship, they grew to hate/despise each other. So, they decided at one last attempt, to reincarnate with their physique, ensure they were born in the same generation, and compete for the heaven will. After these two decided on the competition, they disappeared to this day. No one knew who was the final winner. Heavenly Tao recognized the innate paragon soul as a physique that could balance out the innate Tao source physique and just grant it to specific individuals. However, Truth Seeker and Red Dust paragons were inherited by the future owner of their physique. So, as long as the two showed up in the same generation, they would often compete, trying to surpass the other. Of course, Wang Wei was not influenced by this will. He had a disdain for Xiao Tiandi for another reason, one he had not discovered yet but felt was related to his overall demeanor. Hopefully, he could find the reason during their battle. Grand Mist Wheel. Alright, let's get this over with, said Xiao Tiandi. Don't expect me to go easy on you. That's my line, replied Wang Wei before rushing to his opponent. He immediately appeared in front of Xiao Tiandi and punched him. Boom! So fast was the last thought of Xiao Tiandi before flying away, ribs cracked and heart squished. Midway through his fly, a white flame appeared on his body, healing his injuries. Meanwhile, Wang Wei went on the offensive. He used his fate escape technique to fly at an unimaginable speed. He also used the tips he received from the Rainbow Emperor. He used the Rabbit Zodiac to boost his strength further. He used the Sheep Zodiac, which granted him dominance of the elements. And with this dominance, he used lightning, wind, light, and spacetime to boost his strength further. So, with a speed that appeared as if he had teleported, he appeared before Xiao Tiandi. Bang! He exploded the latter's head with one punch. How is he so fast that I can't even react? Thought Xiao Tiandi as his body reformed. I need to do something, or I will spend this fight in mystery. Bang! His entire upper body exploded in a pool of blood. However, Xiao Tiandi regenerated like a phoenix with a bright white flame. This time, things were different, his aura drastically changed. It went up from the 6-leaf Immortal Venerable to 9-leaf, making Wang Wei frown. A secret technique? Thought Wang Wei as he analyzed his opponent. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiandi raised his hand to shoot a yellow beam, forcing Wang Wei to dodge. Unfortunately, he was not fast enough, and his right hand was gone as if it had never existed. The power of Grand Mist, it's been a while since I last saw it, he said calmly. During the Heaven-Chosen selection trial at the Academy, Lin Fan used Grand Mist in his battle against Suya. Grand Mist is considered one of the first powers or energy that existed at the beginning of the universe. It is a manifestation of chaos. So, it can return anything it touched back to chaos. Grand Mist is divided into Yin and Yang. The Yin side is referred to as Final Grand Mist and has the power of erasure. It returns things to their original state. Meanwhile, Yang Grand Mist is called Cosmos Grand Mist and is used to mold chaos into all matter. It molds chaos into all things in existence. Cultivators must condense a Grand Mist wheel in their sea of consciousness to enter the Empyrean realm. Through this wheel, they can control Cosmos Grand Mist to create life and other things. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind as he looked at his missing arm. Then, a purple flame appeared on the missing arm, burning off the power of Grand Mist with the chaos flame in his heart. Xiao Tiandi did not give his opponent time to breathe. He turned his final Grand Mist into a sword that resembled a lightsaber. Then, he rushed toward Wang Wei to slash him. Oddly though, the opponent easily dodged his attack. With his 9-leaf Immortal Venerable strength, he should be able to overwhelm the latter with his sheer speed, just like he suffered previously. Swish! 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 Xiao Tiandi swung his sword more than 1,000,000 times in less than a second. But not one of his attacks touched his opponent. So, he condensed the Grand Mist sword into a bomb, spreading its attack in a wide area. However, Wang Wei moved quickly out of the attack's range. Xiao Tiandi paused as he looked at Wang Wei. You're using the Battle Maniac Paragon's ultimate evasion technique. So, you've noticed. I've read about it in books. I thought it was a legend. It is said after creating this method, he has never lost a battle in his life. Well, it's true, Wang Wei replied. The ultimate evasion technique allowed him to synchronize his body to his opponent's aura, energy signature, spiritual strength, and laws. After the synchronization, his body will naturally evade all the opponent's attacks. No matter the attack, his body would move on its own to evade. It was as if it was allergic to everything about his opponent and would naturally avoid it. After creating and mastering this technique, Battle Maniac never lost a battle. It did not mean he was invincible, but he never suffered defeat. Of course, it was not only because of this technique. The flaw of this method is to use overwhelming speed to counter it. However, as a peak paragon, Battle Maniac was on the top echelon regarding speed in all the paragon in the universe. So, he never met someone who could overwhelm him with speed. Additionally, this technique had higher levels. For example, Wang Wei also synchronized with Xiao Tiandi's fate and karma to aid him in his evasion. For the level of this technique, he needed to have some fate or karmic connection with Xiao Tiandi, and he did. Xiao Tiandi's master was Su Junyao, the woman Wang Wei had a love-fate connection besides Wu Hong. Wang Wei had to sigh at how wonderful fate could be. Is it a coincidence that he met him now? Most likely, no. Domain expansion, Grand Mist erasure. Xiao Tiandi controlled the entire area and filled it with Grand Mist, not giving any room for Wang Wei to dodge. As such, he surrounded himself with a purple flame, protecting himself. At the same time, he finally figured out the secret technique the latter used. He borrowed the power of an alternate version of himself, a variant of himself that failed in accomplishing the 9-extremity foundation and ended up with 9-leaf immortal venerable strength. What a wonderful secret technique. It's a shame I cannot use it. Based on his analysis, divination, and calculator, Heavenly Tao only allowed cultivators to access parallel timelines in the upper dimension. Although only paragons should be able to travel or access parallel timelines, Xiao Tiandi's secret technique granted the ability to borrow strength from his parallel self, with the only limitation that he could not acquire the power of Tao Ancestor. So, 9-leaf was the limit he could achieve. Xiao Tiandi observed his opponent with a frown, rapidly calculating the best attack mode. Secret technique, Rock Infinite Speed. 2 large energy wings appeared behind him, while the phantom of a bird or fish manifested behind him. It was the image of a rock. Rocks are known as one of the fastest creatures in the universe. With this technique, Xiao Tiandi's speed approached the infinity domain, a realm of speed that at least one root Tao ancestor can reach. As a comparison, a 2-root Tao ancestor has a base speed of 20 times infinity. With this speed, Wang Wei's mind could perceive Xiao Tiandi's movement. After all, he is connected to his other clones to existence, and technically has the reflex of a 2-root Tao ancestor. However, his main body, with only 6-leaf, cannot move in time to evade. Bang! Xiao Tiandi flew back with half of his body destroyed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei remained intact. At the last minute, he used the Pig Zodiac ability to absorb the attack and redirected it before his opponent could even react. Xiao Tiandi frowned as he felt something was wrong. He should not be able to absorb an attack approaching 1-root Tao ancestor. Is he secretly a 9-extremity foundation? He thought of how Wang Wei previously hit his battle with Ao Tianyi, making him a little suspicious. So, he used another technique to manifest a third eye on his forehead. He stored the power in his acupoints. That would make sense. I also sense Devour Law. While Xiao Tiandi analyzed the situation, his body rapidly regenerated, making Wang Wei frown as he also detected something. I thought his main Tao was Lesser Chaos. But now, I know his main Tao is Dream. He converted his injury into a dream. So, it was as if they never occurred. Wang Wei always knew there were 2 different Chaos Tao, but he never knew the exact classification until he received Ao Tianyi's memories. Lesser Chaos Tao referred to the Tao Lin Fan cultivated before he became an outlaw. Lesser Chaos Tao directly cultivates Chaos Law, which involves things like Grand Mist, sub-laws like destruction, creation, absolute beginning and absolute end, origin, and others. Meanwhile, Great Chaos Tao is when cultivated decided to cultivate all 3,800 primary Taos to a high level before fusing them. This Tao is on the path of becoming nigh omnipotent. It's the Tao of mastering all concepts, laws, and rules. It's the Tao of becoming the embodiment of all things in existence. Of course, both Taos are outlaws, but people with the absolute chaos physique and other exceptional physiques can cultivate lesser chaos Tao without a problem. Meanwhile, Great Chaos Dao is an outlaw to everyone. Wang Wei snapped his finger, order, no secret technique. Immediately, Xiao Tiandi lost all his strength, returning to his original power. Wang Wei instantly appeared before him and held him by his throat, even sealing all his strength. I know why I didn't like him, and I could use it to my advantage. The only issue is whether it was worth the risk. Disdain. Thanks to Janish and many others who donated gifts, they sponsored this chapter. Wang Wei scanned Xiao Tiandi's body with his divine sense and almost smacked his lips. He could feel a terrifying power preventing anyone from accessing Xiao Tiandi's physique. The power protected his blood and even his hair and teeth. Ignoring the latter's attempt to get rid of his seal, Wang Wei looked at Lord Spirit, who happily announced he was the winner. Finally, Wang Wei released Xiao Tiandi from his grip. As the winner of this battle, he won a great deal of destiny, even more than he anticipated. Furthermore, Wang Wei could feel that a vision was about to appear due to his innate paragon soul defeating the innate Dao source physique. He quickly calculated that it was one of the reasons he acquired so much destiny from Xiao Tiandi. Nevertheless, this was unimportant since he did not want the vision to appear as it could reveal his soul. So, he quickly denied its appearance. He could sense some odd gaze from Lord Spirit, but he did not look back or explain anything. Instead, he looked directly into Xiao Tiandi's eyes and said, I know why I dislike you. You reek of laziness and depression. Despite having supposedly the greatest talent for cultivation, your willpower is so weak that it's pitiful. You know nothing about me, roared Xiao Tiandi. So, don't act as if you do. I don't need to know anything about you to know you seem to have given up. Shut up, he roared again, this time even louder as his voice echoed throughout the entire miniature world. Do you know what I've been through? Do you know how much I suffer? How much pressure I'm under? Xiao Tiandi replied with clenched hands. Before I started cultivating, life was beautiful. I was born with the most remarkable talent under heaven and earth, making everyone in my family proud and looking forward to my future. I was lucky to meet my master, who cared for and protected me. She was the only one who saw the real me, not the Xiao Tiandi with the innate Dao source physique. However, everything changed when I began my cultivation journey and learned about the world. My talent was not a gift, it was a curse. Every time I made progress, every time I made an achievement, every time my reputation soared, I could feel it, the gaze of the 2 suns and 7 moons. And it was not a friendly gaze. They saw me as nothing but a nuisance, a problem that had to be dealt with eventually. They saw me as an eventual threat to their reign. So, in response, you made yourself smaller to not get their attention. You wasted your potential by wailing in self-pity, cursing at unfair the world was, asked Wang with a sneer and great disdain. He finally understood why Xiao Tiandi did not even attempt the 9 Extremity Foundation or even try cultivating an outlaw Dao. Wang Wei guessed this was the excuse he used to not even enter the D realm since he could not sense its power on the ladder. I had no choice, quickly replied Xiao Tiandi, his voice raised to the point of roaring again. This was the only way to survive and protect me, my family, and my master. I had to look unthreatened to them, I had to waste my potential. Wang Wei looked down at the other upper-seated players. He could sense fear, frustration, and unwillingness in Shi Rulan and Shi Shangyan. Even Ao Tianyi, who managed to regain some bearing, felt some emotion similar to this. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuqing gloated despite his face looking peaceful and normal, and Monk Wuji lowered his head, showing shame and regret. I finally understand why the upper and lower dimension is separated, Wang Wei said calmly. In the endless void, there can only be 3,000 great emperors in each generation. ANS quintillion upon quintillion of races competes for these spots. And usually, only the best of the best gets to sit on the throne. Only the best have a chance at achieving eternity and escaping the shackles of death. Meanwhile, heaven wills is probably so common on the upper dimension that you treat it as an ordinary resource. With this mindset, without the pressure to be the absolute best, without the threat of death, the emperors you cultivate are ordinary, weak, underachievers, complacent, and weak-willed. Unfortunately, that zeitgeist has been passed down to you, the younger generation. What are you trying to say? Asked Xiao Tiandi with gritted teeth. I bet there is a revolution against the so-called 2 suns and 7 moons you mentioned, and the main lead of it are the emperors from the lower dimension, am I right? Xiao Tiandi did not answer, so Wang Wei sneered before continuing, these people know their struggle is futile, but they never give up. Even if they knew there was no hope, no future, and even if they knew they would suffer terrible consequences for their actions, they did not give up on trying to break the current situation. But you gave up. No, even worse, you didn't even try. The sneer on Wang Wei's face was simply disgusting to look at this point. And he had his reason to despise Xiao Tiandi so much. The moment he learned about these 7 parasites, and even the other 2 who might have surpassed the Paragon realm, he did not give up. Instead, he began to plan out how he would deal with the situation and find a way to break the game. His current words and actions were part of his plan. He wanted to instill the idea of rebellion into these people, hoping they could make some changes when they returned. As such, when he ascended, he would have allies and did not have to start from scratch. Even if these geniuses did not publicly revolt, his plan would succeed as long as they secretly supported the rebellion. And his target was also the lower dimension geniuses, as they were potential allies after they proved the Tao and ascended to the eternal ascension world. The only issue was his words would bring more attention to himself from these parasites. However, after calculating the pros and cons of the current situation, Wang Wei decided the risks were worth it. You don't understand, yelled Xiao Tiandi, his voice full of despair. I had to protect my master. Did she ask you to protect her, or was that one of your many excuses? Su Jinyao was the most beautiful woman in the eternal ascension world. Wang Wei did not believe for a second that one of the parasites did desire her beauty for herself. But from what he knew from Ao Tiani's memory, she was perfectly fine and still had no partners. As such, he knew she must have her ways of protecting herself. You ignorant fool. You have no idea the power they have. You cannot fathom the difference in power between Tier 12 and 11. Paragons reign supreme, they are almighty. Wang Wei internally sighed as he could sense the other upper-seated players agreed with this sentiment. He could tell these kids were brainwashed to believe such a thing. Meanwhile, with a quick check of the lower-seated players, he could sense they were all sneering, some openly while most were secret. To these people who had to fight their entire life to sit on the throne, they would never let anyone stay in their way to power. And many of them would rather die than bend their heads to give in to any authoritarian figures. They will respect powerhouses but never cower in fear before them. That may be true, replied Wang Wei. But there are many ways to fight a war. Is the enemy too powerful? Okay, I'll hide and cultivate until I reach the same height as them. The solution is not working. Alright, I'll leave to search for allies that could deal with my enemy, even if this meant I could be inviting a wolf into the nest. Anything is better than just giving up and accepting my fate. You don't understand, Xiao Tiandi repeated non-stop. Wang Wei looked at him intensely, sensing the agitated mood he emitted. Whatever. I'm done wasting my breath with a weak-willed individual like yourself. Wang Wei shook his head before sighing. The heavens is truly blind to give someone like you such a powerful physique, he said before flying back to his seat. Many people nodded in agreement with him. They could see despite how strong Xiao Tiandi was, he was a person with a terrible state of mind and a weak Tao heart. His current state was barely enough to bear the heaven will, and a tiny change could lead to him becoming a pseudo-emperor. Softly coughed Lord Spirit, trying to look as if he did not just hear things that would be considered blasphemy in the upper dimension. The combat aspect of the trial is officially finished. We will regroup a few days from now for the final competition. This Lord Spirit did not even care about points for the combat aspect of this trial. So, what are the criteria he is using to choose the final inheritor? Thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. He then gazed at Zhang Yuqing, who was secretly fuming and trying his best to hide his intense killing desire. Without saying anything more, he flew to his mansion before leaving a secret message to someone through divine sense. Come see me. I have something important to give you. Chapter 596 Buddhism vs. Taoism 1. After Wang Wei returned to his mansion, he immediately heard Ancestor Wuqing's voice. So, you must have reasons for taking such a risk. In preparing for the future. Without removing these so-called 2 suns and 7 moons, I can never reach the top of the cultivation world. And even the ancestors cannot properly revive. So, I will need all the help I can to deal with them. Although I know I might not need to remind you, given your personality, I still will. Always be cautious. After you ascend, I and the other will no longer be able to protect you. The sect will probably not be able to provide you any help and might even be a hindrance. So, always be slow and steady. I will, replied Wang Wei, and Wang Wuqing no longer spoke. The old ancestor felt his young descendant grew too fast, and it was only a matter of time before his old bones became useless. Although he always knew this was inevitable, recent events indicate this process might be faster than anticipated. Meanwhile, Wang Wei observed Feng Heng's mansion for a few hours, trying to detect any signs of trouble. Luckily, until Monk Wuxi showed up, nothing changed. Monk Wuxi deactivated his invisible talisman before cupping and bowing his hands. Benefactor, what do you need from me? Monk, can you tell me exactly Zhang Yuqing's strength? The last time you were vague. Monk Wuxi frowned for a moment before answering. He is only the peak of 7 leaf. However, he can use a secret technique to generate a mysterious power from his 2 physiques, boosting his power to 8 leaf. Is that so? Wang Wei briefly pondered before taking out a booklet and handing it to him. See if this can help you rise in strength. Monk Wuxi took the book labeled 7 Chakras, and scanned through it. And the more he read, the brighter his eyes were. This technique is similar to the concept of 5 inner wheels. However, it is more detailed, purer, and more powerful. Monk Wuxi had access to all the Buddhist scriptures, so he remembered the school of thought based on the 5 inner wheels. Although they were not the most popular or influential in the Buddhist sect, they were generally decent. 5 inner wheel. I remember Buddhism only had 5 chakras back on earth before it was changed, while Hinduism, the creator of this system, had 7 chakras. I'm guessing this world also discovered some version of chakra, though Wang Wei. This technique should allow you to reach 8 leaf, so hurry because I don't think you have much time. You make a great point, benefactor, replied Monk Wuxi before rushing out. And to Wang Wei's dismay, the monk entered one of the rooms inside his mansion instead of returning home. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext. To experience faster update speed, Monk Wuxi took out a formation plate from his space ring, allowing him to lay out a powerful array around the room instantly. Subsequently, he entered the time treasure he had to facilitate faster cultivation. As soon as he entered the treasure, he did not waste time opening his chakra. Unlike Wang Wei, who had to use the good fortune flame to open the chakra, Monk Wuxi used the purest of Buddha power. And since the energy he used perfectly matched the concept of chakra, he benefited even more than Wang Wei did. After a few hundred years inside the time treasure, Monk Wuxia opened his eyes. His pupil had entirely turned golden, and he radiated an aura of purity, benevolence, and nobility. His body shone with golden lights for a few minutes before he returned to normal. Peak 8 Leaf Strength. The increase was even greater than I anticipated, Monk Wuxia muttered before looking at the artificial sky inside the treasure. Zhang Yuqing, you wait for me. The monk left his treasure before exiting the room and meeting Wang Wei again. It seems you succeeded. Thank you for everything, benefactor. No need. I'm just paying my karma. Be that as it may, you have helped me greatly and made a great contribution to Buddhism. Monk Wuxia was not lying. The 7-chakra method will advance the 5 inner wheels faction by miles, possibly elevating them to one of the great factions of Buddhism. Wang Wei calmly accepted the latter's thanks. Although he did not invent the chakra method, he translated it to fit the laws of the eternal ascension world, which should give him some credit. Furthermore, he did not mind taking credit for someone else's work if it could help him pay some of his karma. Thus, he chatted briefly with the monk before overseeing him leave his mansion. Wang Wei was alone since Li Jun entered seclusion to use the talisman the battle-maniac emperor left for him. And since he had to observe the situation in case of any changes, he decided to cultivate a little. He first checked his acupoints. He had already created or opened all his artificial acupoints. The next step in refining his body was to condense the 1964th black holes. Regrettably, he could not do that now as he could sense a fleshly body tribulation was approaching. From the 3rd stage of the true power realm, body refiners have to undergo tribulations often, and it was Wang Wei's turn. And from what he learned from his ancestor, there will be a drastic increase in pain after he reaches the 4th stage. According to the ancient desolate paragon, the pain is so intense that most cultivators give up trying to open the gate of power. Additionally, since he decided to walk both the chi refiner and body tempering path, the pain he will suffer will be at least 100 times more than pure body refiners who focus on only opening the gate. The pain is the way Grand Tao used to balance how powerful body refiners were. Of course, Wang Wei did not mind the pain since his pain talent had already made him a masochist. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net it's begun. Thought Wang Wei as he opened his eyes. At that exact time, all the participants received a notice from Lord Spirit to stay inside their mansion and not interfere with the affairs of the upper dimension. Ancestor, how are the preparations? Everything went as you wished. We hired many immortal tier loose cultivators, and they should have no problem dealing with Zhang Yuqing's people. Wang Wei nodded his head. Although he promised Monk Wuxia he would have his sect help him, he also did not want to directly use the powerhouses of the sect. He wanted plausible deniability, and by hiring other people to fight instead of his sect, he had a reasonable cause to do so. Of course, Wang Wei knew deniability might be pointless based on Zhang Yuqing's character. He could imagine that Supreme Unity was not the kind of person that cared for loopholes. Nevertheless, he wanted to be careful, just in case. His motto has always been to be highly cautious when dealing with these old monsters. Outside Feng Hing's mansion, 2 people floated in the sky, staring intensely at one another. Bald monk, you should know you are not my opponent. Stop this futile resistance. I am not the same me as I was yesterday. Zhang Yuqing shook his head. Why do you monks try so desperately to resist your fate? My master is now the heavens. Taoism's destiny is to reign supreme, so why not bow and accept the mandate of heaven? All things that rise must fall, replied Monk Wuxia, his voice soft, soothing, and full of wisdom. Taoism had its era, Buddhism followed, and it should have been someone else's turn. This was the way to maintain the balance of heaven and earth. But your greed forced another era of Taoism. You have corrupted the way of heaven and earth and thus must pay the price. Blasphemy. Is it? You, Taoist priests, always preach about being inactive, following the flow of nature, and letting things proceed on their course. Yet, you do not practice what you preach. Don't be so sanctimonious, it's disgusting. It's not like you, Buddhists, are innocent. The entire lower dimension suffered such catastrophe because of the backlash for forcibly prolonging your reign. Their blood is your hands. That is the truth. But we have learned from our mistakes. We strove to do better. Current Buddhism can say without hesitation we have paid our karma, we have made peace with our past. Can you do the same? Enough with your sharp tongue, groaned Zhang Yuqing, his eyes red, gleaming with a demonic atmosphere. He raised his hand to manifest a purple sword. His black, silky long hair turned half white, and a red tattoo of a small sword appeared on his forehead. It's a shame we had to resort with using force. Monk Wuxia's body then changed. He turned into a 7 meters tall golden Buddha. This form had no shirt on, displaying his slightly large belly. He only had shorts to cover his lower body and a golden scarf that floated around his neck. Brilliant golden light shone on him, along with chants of scriptures. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 597 Buddhism vs. Taoism, 2. Zhang Yuqing frowned as he immediately noticed something. He had fought many times before Monk Wuxia again, and their last confrontation was only a couple of decades ago. Back then, his altruistic golden Buddha body was only 5 meters. He knew the altruistic golden Buddha body was a great body refining technique with 12 layers. With each layer, a monk would grow 1 meter. Despite how powerful the technique was, only a few people could cultivate it because it required a deep understanding of Buddhism, a lot of incense, and merit. Wuxia was the most talented younger generation of Buddhism, and he only cultivated it to the 5th level after millions of years. But now, after just a few decades, he went 2 levels. This could only mean 2 things: there was a catastrophe, and he saved billions of lives. Or, he was enlightened and created something that would greatly benefit Buddhism. Zhang Yuqing knew it was most likely the second option since he would know if Monk Wuxia saved so many people. Regardless, he knew this battle would not be as simple as he thought. Due to a lack of knowledge or information, Zhang Yuqing knew that something out of his expectations might occur with each passing minute. Furthermore, his master warned him of the possibility of the Tao opening sects air and the lower dimension intervening in his battle. After analyzing the situation, he decided to end this battle as quickly as possible. Wuxia has no limits, infinite swords. A black and white diagram covered the entire sky. And from that diagram, swords began to fall, with no indication of stopping. Each sword had the power to eradicate thousands of tiny universes, and there was an infinite amount of them. Monk Wuxia immediately knew his opponent was going for the kill after seeing this attack. Out of the 5 elements and 3 realms, Buddha is a supreme being that has transcended the 5 elements of all matters. It is also detached from the mundane realms, the realm of the dead, and the realm of the spirit. After using this technique, all the swords passed through Monk Wuxia's body as if he was non-existent. With this technique, he entered a state of intangibility similar to Wang Wei's nothingness Tao. Monk Wuxia could see the shock on his opponent's face, and he knew the reason. In their last confrontation, he could not achieve this level of intangibility. Wuxia involved the concept of everything being born from nothing, so his technique should be useless to a high-level spell like the one Zhang Yuqing used. However, the current him was not him of yesterday. Without giving the latter a chance to brief, Monk Wuxia went on the offensive. Wuxia to Taiji, stillness to motion, Wuxia represented the state of the universe before its birth, a state of stillness that embodied the concept of non-existent. Then, from nothingness was born something. Tao gave birth to one, one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to myriad things in existence. These words perfectly encapsulated the process of Wuxia transforming into Taiji, a process in which nothingness, stillness, created something, motion. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. After using this technique, Zhang Yuqing's surroundings moved in slow motion, as if time was slowed down, whether it was the air, the spiritual qi, the clouds, or monk Wuxia. However, the technique did not use the power of time per se, it used the very concept of motion and stillness to accomplish a similar feat, and maybe one even more impressive. Zhang Yuqing looked at Wuxia, slowly moving some of his fingers and mouth. His red eyes gleamed with sneering as he marveled at his godlike power. He flew before the monk, looking directly into his eyes. He smirked before moving his sword, heading directly for the heart, a vital organ. Unfortunately, before he succeeded, a powerful sonic wave came from Monk Wuxia's mouth, pushing him away. Then, the sound echoed with so much vigor that it shook and disturbed the power of stillness, affecting him and the surrounding. That was closed. If I did not open my throat chakra and developed a new ability, I might not have made it, thought Monk Wuxia with relief. Although he was not afraid of death as he would just reincarnate, it did not mean he wanted to die. Reincarnations met more Buddhist monks since their philosophies revolved around achieving enlightenment through trial and error in each life. Each monk must fully use any life, even if they reincarnated into an animal or plant. How can you become so powerful? You don't need to know. Zhang Yuqing gritted his teeth, thinking about an explanation for the current situation. He did not believe the latter was using some powerful artifact since they were not back home. He did not sense any secret techniques. As for other people helping Wuxia, he never considered this aspect. When it came to Wang Wei, Zhang Yusheng was impressed that the latter could reach 6-leaf strength in the lower dimension as it indicated his talent. However, without knowledge of the 9-extremity foundation, he believed the latter would remain at that level until the heaven will battle. He never fathomed the latter could help his enemy reach such a level. In Zhang Yuqing's preparation, he only had to be on the lookout for possible sneak attacks or disturbances from Wang Wei. After all, the strength difference between 6 and 7 leaves was vast, meaning the latter could only be an aid to Monk Wuxia and a nuisance to him. He never imagined, in his wildest dream, he would lose without any help or interference. Let's end this rivalry, Monk Wuxia said with a sigh. Then, an enormous golden Buddha image appeared behind him. The Buddha's face seemed painful, full of regret and sorrow. Palm of sorrow, the Buddha's enormous palm descended on Zhang Yuqing. And in the process, countless red glow flew from different corners of the void, turning into a red aura around the palm. From the aura, Zhang Yuqing could sense an intense amount of regret, pain, sorrow, and hatred directed at him. He analyzed this technique and gathered the negative emotions of all the Buddhist monks killed by the absolute beginning emperor. I cannot survive this attack, thought Zhang Yuqing as he watched the descended palms, unable to move an inch. Master, save me. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Supreme Unity only accepted him as a disciple because he had 2 physiques. He wanted to create a special method to divide his existence into 2 separate but connected parts. The main part would be his previous self, and the second part would remain fused with heavenly Tao. Upon success, he would no longer be limited or influenced by heavenly Tao. Supreme Unity wanted to gather information and draw inspiration from individuals with 2 heavenly physiques. After getting the information he wanted, Zhang Yuqing was useless as a pawn. Heavenly Tao is drawing a lot of strength from all the paragons that have existed since the Eternal Ascension world's creation to reduce my control. If only Maitreya did not stop me, none of this would have happened. Of course, Supreme Unity knew the primary source of his trouble was the method he used to take a half-step into transcendence was fundamentally flawed. However, there was nothing he could now but take complete control of Heavenly Tao and swallow it. Once he succeeds, he will be free, have no restrictions, and can further pursue detachment. The situation is not looking good for me once Maitreya can receive faith from the lower dimension. She might be free before me. Supreme Unity frowned before closing his eyes to focus on regaining his lost power. Separating his existence was more complex than he imagined, and he also needed to stabilize things first, or his strength would be drastically reduced. As such, his best plan is to succeed before Maitreya or hope the other rulers can eradicate the people in limbo. There was a small town at the center of the Eternal Ascension world, full of mortals. These people lived happy and fulfilled lives, always with joyous smiles on their faces. Despite knowing the existence of cultivators, no one in this village pursued power or immortality. The villagers were content. Not far from the village was a rundown temple with only one monk. It was a young woman dressed in plain female monk attire. She tied her hair in a bun, making her extraordinary beauty appear dull and unordinary. The monk was known for her benevolence, and the villagers enjoyed offering prayers to her temple or communicating with her. They always offered her to save money and build a bigger and better temple, but she refused, stating she was comfortable with how it was. Little did these villagers know that this woman, living in such dirt-poor and dilapidated temple, was the supreme leader of Buddhism, one of the two sons, Maitreya Buddha. After sensing Zhang Yuqing, Maitreya opened her eyes from meditation, and the power of infinite time flashed deep in them. Her gaze penetrated space and dimensions to look at her disciple in the lower dimension. So, he finally discarded the useless pawn, she commented before shaking her head in disappointment. You're really gone, Supreme Unity. The Supreme Unity she knew was an ambitious and power-hungry cultivator, but he still had some bottom line. Her detachment method was also flawed, and she required the Eternal Ascension world to remain stable and unchanged to avoid affecting her. Once someone broke through the Paragon realm, the changes in the world would be detrimental to her. So, she needed time to stabilize herself. Regardless, her bottom line was not to touch the people in limbo. Now, things have gotten better, she does not have this much worry, but she also has to keep looking out for Supreme Unity. Maitreya smiled wryly before continuing her cultivation. Meanwhile, Wu Hong looked in her direction before also closing her eyes. She was not unreasonable and understood her friend had a reason for doing what she did. However, she also wanted an explanation before they could resume their relationship. I have 3 gift bonus chapters waiting to write. But you guys have to give me a few days before I begin releasing them. All the cultivators who saw the dragon instinctively knew what it was as the information popped into their mind, the son of the era. Furthermore, they also knew who was chosen to bear such heavy destiny. Wang Wei calmly received this title and duty. His ancestor warned him this might happen. Although he disliked Heavenly Tao, over the years, he also understood that the latter's actions were essentially just executing a program. By cultivating an outlaw Tao, he activated a program or rule of Heavenly Tao to scheme against him. I still don't like you, but I guess our relationship can be somewhat neutral, he commented but received no reply. Wang Wei did not mind as he closed his eyes to sense the changes happening to him. "I'm officially a protagonist," Wang Wei muttered after opening his eyes. Son of an Era is only a better version of Son of Destiny, granting him immense luck. However, the exciting aspect for Wang Wei was how much luck he already had. His human luck had reached 7 rainbow color, he was an overlord, and now, he stacked the Son of an Era title, he was now a protagonist in every sense of the word, and even more. Regardless, I should be careful, as luck is a double-edged sword. He sent a message back to the sect before returning to the trial. Meanwhile, all the Heaven Chosens were shocked after receiving the news. The prideful ones gritted their teeth, cursing why they were not chosen. The calmer ones began to plan on how to take the title away. Only 2 people had different reactions. Western Continent, Mo Xingyun calmly looked at what had happened. "So, my prediction came true, he was chosen to lead this era. However, I did not expect it did not give anyone else a chance." She squinted her eyes, thinking about her next step of action. She had to plan ahead to survive and strive in the upcoming era. The other person with a similar reaction to Mo Xingyun was Di Tian. He looked at the changes in the sky, not caring in the slightest. He had a hint that this would happen, especially after Wang Wei passed the outlaw trial. However, according to his theory, the new era's destiny should have been divided into smaller sizes, with Wang Wei being granted the most. He did not expect Heavenly Tao to be so bold and give everything to him. This choice meant it was 1,000 times more difficult to take this destiny from Wang Wei. Regardless, he did not care much. With his will, soul, power, and experience, the Son of an Era's destiny could not affect his mind. This ability did not work when he fought Empress Wu, and it will not work now. Di Tian only cared about achieving 10th extremity and proving the Tao in this generation. Regarding the arrival of the new era, it has to wait for the next generation. Southern Vermilion Bird Continent, Heavenly Flame Domain. This particular domain is famous throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world because it is the place that gave birth to the most heavenly fire.